I mean, if there is any boring component in this whole 5-day plan, in my standard, it's going to be today morning, where we talk about the foundations and the rest of the things, right? And in the meantime, Chalaka, Ekanayaka, I didn't get the confirmation from you. So please raise your hand if you can hear me. We are kind of like, we want to have the best experience for you all. And I mean, it's not, you are spending your next 5 days with us whole daytime, right? So when you invest your time on this kind of a thing, then you need to get the best benefit out of that, right? So for that, you need to hear us and see what is on the screen. Okay. So we have 20 on board so far, and there are people who knows me in person, who have learned from me in person. I'll introduce myself in a moment. And then Naveen and Kanishka, the tech team behind the screen, very much of the credit goes to them for organizing this, the whole APIIT team backing this thing up, and hats up goes to them. Naveen and Kanishka, do we have anybody who's on queue, who's willing to join? Shall we commence? Just reply me. All right. Right, if you have signed up, fill the form, and haven't got the link yet, right? Please email at elearncandy@api.lk. Do not reuse your friend's email address, your friend's link, because like when you use the friend's link, each and every link is dedicated to you based on the information you have provided. So your friend, if you are using your friend's link, then your friend's name will appear twice, right? Your name will appear twice. And we do have a mechanism for we have a plan to give you some participation certifications after taking part of this whole 5 days and completing the objectives, right? So we have that program, so then you might not be able to claim the benefit of that if your name is not gone through the register, right? So therefore, just fill the form once again if your link is not there, right? And or you can always email at elearncandy@api.lk. We'll manually get you on board with the proper mechanism, so then you can get the benefit of the whole program and what is coming after. Right. So we have this is first of a mini series of technological development. I guess we have been thinking that most of you have been idling at home due to various reasons, like the schools are not functioning properly and the exams are continuously postponing. So something to focus on, something cool and fun to do, right? So we were thinking about it, and so this is how we start, right? Chalaka, thank you. I see you, right? I hope you can see and hear us. Right? Put down your hands now. Thank you very much, right? So again, I'm mentioning you the next 5 days, we are going to work together, right? So I'll ask you to unmute and ask questions and interact, provide your comments, right? Web development is a cool and fun thing. Right, it's really cool and really funful thing. A lot of people fear these things. They think, okay, this is going to be highly technical. Yeah, I would say it's technical, but it's nothing that we can't figure out, right? It's technical, but it is nothing that we can't figure out. All right. So let's get on with it, right? We have 20 participants on so far, right? Okay. So are you ready? Raise your hand if you are ready. That is 10, 12, 13. All right. So that is 13 people, right? I mean, you need to pay attention. Otherwise, there is no benefit out of that, right? Thank you very much. Right. So this is our timetable, right? So we have 5 days, and the first day we call it the Inspiration Monday, where we learn what is web, what is the theory, and why this is different. I mean, what is internet and what is World Wide Web, and how this all came into be, right? What it was before and what it is now, right? This is what we are going to address during day 1. So, and also we are looking into the HTML hypertext markup language, right? So then on the second day we call it the client-side Tuesday, right? We learn a bit of CSS, Bootstrap, backend and front-end technologies and what they are, right? And we get XAMPP installed in your computer. Actually, after creating this time schedule, I have moved the XAMPP thingy into today's session, so you will learn that today, right? And we will get a bit of peek into JavaScripting as well. But in this program, we will not be hugely focusing on JavaScript, but we would learn a bit of that, right? We learn enough JavaScript for you to get started with the small website, right? So then on the third day, we call it the server-side Wednesday. We learn the server-side, what is server-side and what's on the what happens on the server-side. This is where we learn the foundations of database-driven websites, right? Foundation of server-side scripting. We're going to learn a bit of PHP, right? And how to handle web forms, right? And use web forms to put data into the database, as well as get data from the database, that part, right? So that is what we are going to discuss on day 3. And on day 4 and day 5, especially on day 4, we learn the design mechanics, right? So having basic technology figured out during the first 3 days, on day 4, the first few hours we'll spend on designing a website, that is how to carry out the proper design part, and then we will start building that, right? And on day 5, we will completely build the solution, right? So I will be sitting down with you. You are coding in your own solution. I'm coding in my own solution, right? We will run a kind of a group coding session, right? We will run a kind of a group coding session together, right? We'll run a group coding session together. So then afterward, we will finish it. And on the end of the 4th day, we will give you a challenge, right? We will give you a challenge on developing a website on a specific theme, and we will allocate you 2 weeks of time, right? So we started this on 11th, so we will be finishing this on 15th, right? 2 weeks of time completes on the 29th, right? So if you are up for the game, if you got it, right, you will have to create a smaller website for yourself or based on the given theme, right, and submit to us. And our team will, our panel will go through those submissions, right, choose the best ones out of, and we will give you some gifts, and participation and the recognition certificates for your knowledge and talent. Right? And you will be invited to our brand new APIIT Candy Campus to join, take part in the program, and you'll get to tour the new state-of-the-art campus, as well as get a peek of what is actually happening inside APIIT. Right? So this is our plan. Each day is split into 2 halves, morning and evening. Right? So today morning and evening, I have already I have the plan in the next slide. Right? So tomorrow also we have a morning session and evening session. On the day 3, same story. 4, 5, it's the same story. Right? So when you take the morning component or an evening component, right, we have about 3 to 3.5 hours, about 3 hours session in each half, right? And we would be learning for like 1 hour straight, 1 hour to 1 hour 15 minutes straight, and breaking for 10 minutes, right? So learn, break, learn, break, learn, break. So this is how we are going to do. So you can get your water bottle filled. Like in my case, I have assortment, the cold water, hot water, and all. Right? So I'm planning to stay with you, stay here until 4 p.m. today. Right? Answering your questions, reviewing your work, and all. So I have my things get ready here, and you will get a sort of a break every 1 hour to 1 hour and 15 minutes. So you can go out and refresh. Right. Okay. The tech team is informing one registration came through from Dimitri, which is approved. Dimitri, if you are there, can you please check the emails? You will have your personal login link. Or if a friend is there, can you please inform Dimitri to check her email and get it through. Right, so we have 22 people so far. So let's without further ado, let's go into what we are here to do. Right. So welcome to the Inspiration Monday, right, morning session. Right. So in this half of the day, we'll quickly learn the foundation, the boring theory of World Wide Web, and how this works, and why every one of these things work, and why why even though internet is one bigger concept, right, why the World Wide Web is the most popular and everybody is running after the World Wide Web, right? So we'll try to figure out how it all happened. And why do we need to do this? Because when you understand the foundation and basic, you will understand how this thing works underneath. Right? So when you know how the mechanisms of World Wide Web works, then you can build better web pages, optimize them so that they would load faster, make less stress on the client side. Right? So a lot of people just, when you say learning World Wide website development, you just jump into coding and learn to use some sort of a tool or some sort of a programming language or something like that, right? But actually, what needs to be done is you need to sit down and understand the logics and basics behind, right? Sit down and understand the logics and basics behind, which will allow you to be better developer, right? Build better codes and easily become professional. So welcome back to the Inspiration Monday, right? So talking about me, my name is Nisalaloko Bandaran. I'm associated with Asia Pacific Information Technology Candy Campus, in short form APIIT Candy Campus, and I would be hosting this program for the next 5 days. And in the panelist list, I have my friends and colleagues from the APIIT who are here to assist you and help you, as well as listing your works and doing the documentation. And even when we need them, they will pitch in and help us out, right? So big thanks go to the APIIT and the wonderful genius team over there, right? So for me, I'm from the industry. Actually, I worked in the industry from year 2003 to 2012 in different capacities, a developer, a tech lead, as well as a head of IT operations. So my academic career actually is a full-time academic career, a full-time lecturing career actually started like 20 years ago. It was in a September. It was a September month in the year 2000, which I got the first invitation to teach a class. At that time, I was just 17 years old, and I was privileged enough to be invited to do classes in my own school. I was right after the O-level, teach small kids about IT. So this is where the passion for teaching began. Even though I went on to, then after the school, briefly for about 2 years, I was a full-time lecturer. Then I took my deviation into the industry, where I served in different capacities in different nature of organizations. And but underneath everything, even though I was working as a technical professional or technical expert, right, the heart was always there in teaching. So I continued my teaching career in part-time and by developing corporate training programs, delivering through different with different organizations and all. And finally, on year 2012, right, it happened, and I completely dropped the professional part of me and switched into full-time academics. And I was privileged to have a wonderful, beautiful set of teachers who taught us everything I know, right? And then followed by a wonderful team of colleagues who supported and uphold who I am today, right? So here I am, okay? Here I am trying to give what we learned, what I know, right, to the next generation, pass out the passion to the next generation so you can make the world a better place to live, right? So you can find me at APIIT Kandy campus at Peradeniya Road. We will be opening our new venue at the end of this month, and from there onward you can find me at our premises anytime during the weekdays, right? We are right in front of the Arpanet building. We are going to be right in front of the Arpanet building, so it's a prominent place. When you pass through the Peradeniya Road, you will see where you are, right? Just remember this small logo in the top right corner of the slide, and when you see that, you know where we are, right? You will know where I am, right? And so yes, that's about me, right? So let's okay, so I can spare like 4 minutes for you to ask any question before we begin, right? Does anyone of you want to ask or clarify anything before we jump into the pool? And we have 26 people online. Any question before we jump in? Just raise your hand. We will give you the chance to unmute and talk. Should you have any sort of a question, just raise your hand. We'll let you unmute and ask your question. I mean, this is not going to be a public lecture or a kind of like a whole class kind of a thing. It's a more like a group class, one-on-one session. So let me have it. No? Wonderful. So let's move in, right? So let's talk about the internet, World Wide Web, and the associated technology first. All right. So now, this World Wide Web and everything in it, right? World Wide Web and everything in it is founded on the internet. Right? Is founded on the internet, and I'm not planning to teach you what is internet and all, but I found this wonderful short 8-minute video of the YouTube, right? This was a little bit of an older one, but this is this is the one I like because it correctly and appropriately summarized only the important elements. What was it and how it is now, right? So let's spare a few minutes and we'll watch the video, right? I hope you will understand what exactly is the internet and why it was created. So then afterward, we'll divert into World Wide Web and how everything started from there. So let's have a quick peek on this video.
The internet in the year 2009. We send emails, make calls over the internet,
I hope you can
and
hear.
discuss topics we take an interest in. Even our
I
banking
hope
is
you can
going
hear.
virtual.
If you have any
But
trouble
what we take
hearing
for
the
granted today
narration,
was
please
only
raise
a
your hand.
vague idea
You
50
can see
years
what
ago.
we can do.
In order to understand how we got this far, let's go back to 1957, when everything began. Before 1957, computers only worked on one task at a time. This is called batch processing. Of course, this was quite ineffective. With computers getting bigger and bigger, they had to be stored in special cooled rooms. But then the developers couldn't work directly on the computers anymore. Specialists had to be called in to connect them. Programming at that time meant a lot of manual work, and the indirect connection to the computers led to a lot of bugs, wasting time and fraying the developers' nerves. The year 1957 marked a big change. A remote connection had to be installed so that the developers could work directly on the computers. At the same time, the idea of time sharing came up. This is the first concept in computer technology to share the processing power of one computer with multiple users. On October the 4th in 1957, during the Sputnik 1 was sent into orbit by the Soviet Union. The fear of a missile gap emerged. In order to secure America's lead in technology, the US founded the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency in February 1958. At that time, knowledge was only transferred by people. The DARPA planned a large-scale computer network in order to accelerate knowledge transfer and avoid the doubling up of already existing research. This network would become the Arpanet. Furthermore, 3 other concepts were to be developed which are fundamental for the history of the internet. The concept of a military network by the RAND Corporation in America. The commercial network of the National Physical Laboratory in England. And the scientific network Cyclades in France. The scientific, military, and commercial approaches of these concepts are the foundations for our modern internet. Let's begin with the Arpanet, the most familiar of these networks. Its development began in 1966. Universities were generally quite cautious about sharing their computers. Therefore, small computers were put in front of the mainframe. This computer, the interface message processor, took over control of the network activities, while the mainframe was only in charge of the initialization of programs and data files. At the same time, the IMP also served as interface for the mainframe. Since only the IMPs were interconnected in a network, this was also called IMP subnet. For the first connections between the computers, the Network Working Group developed the Network Control Protocol. Later on, the NCP was replaced by the more efficient Transmission Control Protocol. The specific feature of the TCP is the verification of the file transfer. Let's take a short detour to England. Since the NPL network was designed on a commercial basis, a lot of users and file transfer were expected. In order to avoid congestion of the lines, the sent files were divided into smaller packets, which were put together again at the receiver. Packet switching was born. In 1962, American Ferret aircraft discovered middle and long-range missiles in Cuba, which were able to reach the United States. This stoked fear of an atomic conflict. At that time, information systems had a centralized network architecture. To avoid a breakdown during an attack, a decentralized network architecture had to be developed, which, in case of loss of a node, would still be operative. Communication still used to work through radio waves. That would have caused problems in case of an atomic attack. The ionosphere would be affected and the long-wave radio waves wouldn't work anymore. Therefore, they had to use direct waves, which, however, don't have a long range. A better solution was the model of a distributed network. Thus, long distances could be covered with a minimum of interference. Another milestone followed with the development of the French network Cyclades. Since Cyclades had a far smaller budget than Arpanet, and thus also fewer nodes, the focus was laid on the communication with other networks. In this way, the term Internet was born. Moreover, Cyclades' concept went further than ARPA's and the MPL's. During communication between sender and receiver, the computers were not to intervene anymore, but simply serve as a transfer node. Cyclades' protocol went through all machines using a physical layer that was implemented into the hardware, providing a direct connection with the receiver, an end-to-end structure. Inspired by the Cyclades network and driven by the incompatibility between the networks, their connection gained in importance everywhere. The phone companies developed the X.25 protocol, which enabled communication through their servers, in exchange for a monthly basic charge, of course. DARPA's transmission control protocol was to connect the computers through gateways. And the International Organization for Standardization designed the Osi Reference Model. The innovation of OSI was the attempt to standardize the network from its ends, and the channel's division into separate layers. Finally, the TCP assimilated the preferences of the OSI reference model and gave way to the TCP/IP protocol, a standard which guaranteed compatibility between networks, and finally merged them, creating the Internet. By February the 28th, 1990, the Arpanet hardware was removed, but the Internet was up and running.
Right. So we are back. So that was the brief history of the Internet. It started in, it was mainly started in three countries: United States, France, and England. It was a military tool, right? It was a government tool for scientific and research development and for military work. It got a huge boost during the Cold War era, right? And the Advanced Research Project Agency built the Internet so the universities and the military institution and the government can effectively communicate faster, share their researches together so they could build better technologies faster than the Russia, right? Which actually helped them in, beating the Russia in the Cold War by landing Neil Armstrong and the other team on moon, right? So how was the Arpanet help us? It was a communication tool. It was built as a knowledge sharing tool, right? So I need to explain few of the concerns at this point, right? At the very beginning, what the technology was powerful, right? So it was very much different to the Internet that we have today. We have video streaming, audio, and e-learning, this kind of things. But at that time, the Internet was just dialing into another computer. Arpanet was about, dialing into another computer and exchanging of file, right? That is the system they had, right? And one more important thing that you need to understand is at that time, the technology required, the equipment required, and the knowledge or the know-how required to get into the Arpanet was very limited. Not everybody had the devices. Not everybody had the relevant connections, right? Or else not everybody had the relevant know-how. So therefore, general people like you and me were never able to take part in this system, right? So they were never able to take part in system. They don't have the computers. They don't have the communication link. They don't know which number to dial to get connected, right? Even if they know all of that, the technological knowledge is not there, right? And therefore, this initial network didn't have any security measurements built in, right? So this is a really important thing because this concern is even here today, right? So when you learn the differences between HTTP and HTTPS, you might going to ask so many why questions, right? So this is why at the very beginning, the internet did not, or the Arpanet did not have any logical security mechanism, right? So then how did they secure the system, right? What they did was they monitored the government, the FBI and the CIA monitored everybody who dial in the Arpanet server numbers, right? So if I dial the Arpanet server number from my computer, the government, my telephone company is submitting my phone number and the address and the detail to the government. And the next day morning, people with black suits, like in the my Men in Black, will show up in my home to see what is going on, right? And if they are convinced that it is not an accident and I was trying to gain access to the Arpanet. Arpanet was a government property, a restricted property, a confidential thing, right? It was a criminal offense to gain access to Arpanet. So I would be packed and shipped into a jail, right? If you just go and Google Kevin Mitnick, right? One of the world's most famous hackers, right? He explained it very well, how those days were, right? He's very much older than me. By the time I get into the computers, the Arpanet was gone and the internet was there. But it was Mitnick. Mitnick was in my young age when the Arpanet, where he experimented in Arpanet and got himself landed in the jail, and then he turned himself into a kind of a self-taught cybersecurity expert, and he's a wonderful guy and so much knowledge. I invite you to, when you have free time, his name is Kevin Mitnick. Just drop in Google and see, right? You might be see many of his public demonstrations and this thing, right? So most of these security vulnerabilities Mitnick talks about originated from the fact, right? Originated from the fact that there was no initial security, and the security was meant by, it was a sort of a physical security, right? You dial the Arpanet number and the government people will visit your home, and then etc, etc, etc. So that's how they implement it, right? So so what happened, and what happened after? The Arpanet was considered as one of the prime tools owned by Department of Defense, right? It was considered as one of the prime tools owned by US Department of Defense until mid-1980s. What happened in mid-1980s? The Soviet Union break itself into 11 countries, right? Essentially ending up the Cold War. Now, the Arpanet was a tool built for Cold War, right? And then when the Cold War is not there, the purpose of the Arpanet is actually not there anymore. So it was kind of like hanging in there, right? And at the same time, in early 1980s, with the work of Microsoft, Bill Gates and Paul Allen, and Apple Computers, Steve Jobs, with their tremendous contribution, right? The personal computer revolution started. The computers became cheaper, about $1,999 US upward, right? And computers became cheaper, and homes, families started getting computers, and the telephone was a common thing, right? And the telephone companies offered this additional service where you can connect your computer through the telephone network using X.25 protocol, right? So during 1980s, people gained the technological know-how and the necessary equipments and the necessary tools to gain access to the Arpanet. And it came to a point that visiting everybody's home, visiting everybody's home who have dialed the Arpanet server number, right, is practically impossible. I mean, 1 or 2 people a month can be handled, maybe 10, 20, 50 can be handled. But when everybody start dialing those numbers every day, right, it becomes practically impossible for the government to physically track everybody and monitor everybody and provide security clearance for everybody. So it was kind of like a puzzle, right? And they determined the situation is not going to be good, right? And so they were planning to get rid of the Arpanet, right? They were planning to get rid of the Arpanet. And it is by that time, a British researcher, Sir Tim Berners-Lee, right, who start talking about one of the biggest problems exist in the Arpanet. Right? One of the biggest problems exist in the Arpanet and start proposing his solution. Right? But unknown to him, the US government and the people who are in charge of the Arpanet, all right, were actually planning to shut down the Arpanet. So they did not pay much of attention to the work of Tim Berners-Lee, even though how brilliant idea that was, right? Since the relevant authorities already have planned and confirmed to sink the ship, right? So they did not want to, kind of like invest on this, right? So this is why this is where the initial work of Sir Tim Berners-Lee didn't come out into the public until 1991, right? So what happened in 1991? If you paid attention to that video, right, through the evolution of the Arpanet, you learn it is created as a distributed network. The one beautiful characteristic of a distributable network is there is no central control point where you can shut down and everything goes off. In a distributed network, you can take out 1, 2 or more components, but the remaining components will work, right? So this was the state of the Arpanet at that time. Finally in 1991, the Department of Defense removed their Arpanet hardware, right, and they exit from the Arpanet program. But even though they built it, even though they started it, by the time they quit, the Arpanet has been grown into a very widely spread distributed network. The exit of the Department of Defense did not actually kill the Arpanet. So now the government is gone and nobody want to get permission from anybody, and this distributed network is not owned by any particular party anymore, and it becomes the internet, right? So since the new internet, right, is owned by nobody, it's controlled by nobody and governed by nobody, so nobody had to ask permission. Nobody has to get any permission, kind of an approval to do something, experiments or do something new on the network. Right? So that is when Tim Berners-Lee actually pushed his first idea, right, into the newly born internet in 1991, which created the whole concept of World Wide Web, right? So today, the World Wide Web, I would call it the biggest service running on the internet. How big is it? A lot of people think the internet and the World Wide Web is the same thing, right? So like Bata, right? So Bata is actually a type of slippers, right? Bata is actually a type of slippers, but people I mean, everywhere, almost everywhere where you look, you see sleepers. It's from Bata, so Bata and sleepers, become synonyms in this country, right? So අපි කියන්නේ මගේ Bata දෙක නැහැ කියලානේ. So we never say අපේ මගේ sleepers දෙක නැහැ. So only few of us use that, right? So they are not essentially the same thing. Internet is the foundation network, widespread. It's a hardware which facilitates this service called the World Wide Web. And the World Wide Web is actually a software, right? World Wide Web is actually a software, right? So internet is hardware, World Wide Web is software. World Wide Web exists and run inside the internet. So they are not the same thing. But every time when you say internet, you are referring to some part of the World Wide Web. That's how the world it is, right? So let's talk about the big problem, brilliant idea of Sir Tim Berners-Lee, right? The brilliant idea of Tim Berners-Lee, right? So what happened? During the Arpanet days, the computer network, right, the Arpanet facilitated connected computers sharing knowledge. This knowledge sharing happens by means of sharing files, right? So assume this is a computer in University 1. Within this computer stored a specification for a new jet engine, right? And they are building a new jet engine for NASA, right? We'll call it the University A, right? And then there is University B. Right? There is this University B who are in charge of creating the frame and the body for the new rocket, right? Where this University B need to know the specification of the jet engine so they can build the frame, right? So the communication has to be done between the two universities. Actually, at least the University B should know the engine specification of the University A so they can finish off the rocket, right? At that time, this was facilitated by the Arpanet, and this was done by means of file transfer protocol. So what does the file transfer protocol do is get a copy of this file and load it into this computer storage. So the file transfer protocol through the network get hold of a copy of the original file and make a version of it in the client's memory, right? Now that's a wonderful thing, right? So you don't need to print everything and put them into a briefcase and travel across the country to the new university, right? You don't want that. This can be done within few hours, right? Previously, it took like days or weeks to, transport this specification. Now it's like this, right? I mean, not exactly this, but could be done in few minutes or maybe a few hours, right? But the problem Sir Tim Berners-Lee identified where nobody else was paying attention to us. What happened if the researchers at University A update this engine specification after University B gain access to the file, right? Now, University B has the same specification, but it's a copy of the original file. If you make a change to the original file, the University B will never know, right? Now you end up with the jet engine and a rocket which does not fit each other. Why? The University A changed the specification where University B had no clue about the newly made change, right? So this is called the updated document problem, right? So network used to transfer document using FTP. FTP causes updated document problem. Tim was working on a solution so the client can open a document without getting it, right? So the Tim's thought was, okay, what if we make a system where you don't download the file, but you open the file while it is at the server and view the content, right? So if you could do that, if you could open the file while it is at the server, right, and view it, then this whole problem will go away. And every time the server, the people who host the file change it, right, the latest and fresh information will be transmitted through the network. So every time you watch it, you will always get the updated version. This is what the Tim Berners-Lee was working on, right? To get this thing going, right, to answer this updated document problem, he invented a new document format, right? So Sir Tim Berners-Lee actually invented a new document format, a set of rules and regulations to transfer these documents through the network, right? And softwares to host those files and view those files. And this whole system was named World Wide Web. This whole system was named World Wide Web. So World Wide Web is composed of multiple elements, and you have the computer which hosts the files and serves the files, the specific software which hosts the files and serves them. Right? Then you have the format of this document, and you have to write the document in a specific language so it could be transmitted through the network without downloading files, right? So that specification of the document, right? And the set of rules and regulations which governs the transport of the document from point A to point B through the network, right? And the software which is used to read that document and visualize its content to the user, right? So these were the essential parts of the World Wide Web, right? Just go through the slide and I will have a quick question round. All right, so we have already discussed the backgrounds and the foundations of this, right? Should you have any question? Right. Should you have any question, please? No? All right, so now we know how these all things came to be, right? So let's move forward. So one essential component of this newly created service over the internet, World Wide Web, right? That is the HTTP, right? So HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Right? A protocol is essentially a set of rules and regulations. Right? A protocol is a set of rules and regulations, right? And this is a transfer protocol. So this protocol is in charge of transferring things, transferring what? Hypertext documents, right? So any document created according to the specification given by Sir Tim Berners-Lee was called a hypertext document. And this protocol composed of a set of rules and regulations guiding computers how to get the hypertext document from computer A and move it to computer B over the network, right? So World Wide Web is communication between web clients and the web servers. The computer which hold these documents, hypertext documents, are called web server. Right? And the computer which views those documents remotely online are called the web clients. So Hypertext Transfer Protocol was put in charge of communicating to transferring the file, the request from the client and the reply file from the user. Right? So clients are often browsers, Chrome, Edge, Safari, but they can be any type of program or device. Okay. So now when it comes to Hypertext Transfer Document Transfer Protocol, usually the HTTP client is a web browser, but we can build so many other applications which are not web browsers, but still can use the HTTP protocol to exchange data. Right? Be mind that when it comes to building hypertext transfer, hypertext applications, right? You have to mind that even though 90% of the clients are web browsers, right? Some are not exactly web browsers. Right? So when you design your website or web page, you have to mind that Okay, who is my audience? Am I building this to this service to web browsers, or am I building this to non-browser elements like IoT devices, right? So that is one essential point that you need to understand. A lot of people overlook, right? What the hypertext transfer documents, hypertext transfer protocol is not always about web browsers. It's so much more, right? And servers are most often computers in the cloud, right, which host the so-called hypertext documents, right? Now, the foundation of this hypertext transfer protocol, HTTP, is the request and response, right? So any computer which wants a specific information to be viewed, it has to form a request and it has to send the request through, right? Form a request and send the request through. And upon the server reach, the request being received at the server process this request, right? And find the relevant file, the hypertext transfer document which correspond to this request, and send it as the reply, right? So the whole HTTP protocol is a request response mechanism, right? A client browser sends HTTP request to the web. A client server receives the request. The server runs application to process the request. The server returns the HTTP response or output to the browser. The browser receives the response. So this is how it goes, right? So client request, send a request, and the server reply with the HTML document, right? So then you need to build documents in such a way they match the incoming request, right? So this whole request reply thing is handled by something called the XHR, right? XHR stands for XML HTTP request. Earlier it was just a TCP transfer, right? But today XHR is the protocol which is being used. XHR is the foundation which is being used to collect requests and formulate, synthesize, and transport the replies back, right? So all modern browsers have built-in XML HTTP request object. We call it the SHR element, right? So XHR is built basing on the JavaScript, right? So JavaScript is a client-side programming language, which will come to them in our day 2. Right? XHR, the whole XML HTTP requesting is based on JavaScript, and to be frank, you don't need to know JavaScript to use SHR, right? So unknowingly you use SHR every time you use the World Wide Web. But if you know the SHR and how it works, right, you can get a lot of manual controls and build things like the way you want to. Right? So we'll come back. We certainly come back to that later. Right. So XHR is often used to request or receive the data from the purpose of modifying a web page. Although XML and HTTP is in the name, XHR is capable of handling types like HTML, CSS, XML, JSON, and plain text, right? So when you look at the XHR, it's talk about HTTP and XML, right? But it can do much more than HTML and the XML. It can also do JSON, CSS, and plain text documents, right? So you don't know what CSS and XML or JSON at the moment. Maybe you know, right? But don't worry, we'll catch up to those things. So plain text document is just a kind of like textual document without any internal mechanism or structure. That is also possible using XHR, right? So this is a kind of a bit of an illustration on how HTTP works. I'm kind of like dashing through this theoretical knowledge because our focus is developing, but before going into the hands-on coding, I would like you to know these stuff, right? Because this stuff allows you to synthesize better solutions and make more optimized versions of web pages, right? So this is how actually HTTP works. You have the client, you have the server, right? Client initiate the connection to the server, right? And then from this connection, through this connection, client send the HTTP request. And then here the server receives and processes the request, and for synthesize the reply, and in stage 4 sends the reply back to the client. Then the client's software, the web client, receives the incoming reply, right, and process the information, or we call it render or paste the HTML document, right, and put that on the screen. And upon completing, right, it will send a TCP disconnect. Right. So you connect, you make a request, the server sends a reply, you accept the reply, you disconnect. Right. Okay. So we call this mode of communication is stateless. Right. Every time you want something, you have to make a request, and the server will send you the reply and be away with you. Right. So the server and client are not in a permanent sort of a connection. It's more like a request and reply system. It is a request and reply system. All right. All right. Now this system, right? So this is called the dynamic web. And this dynamic web was put forward in 1991. Sorry, this is called the static web, and the static web, actually at that time they didn't call it the static web or dynamic web or anything. They just call it the web, right? So it was actually put forward by Sir Tim Berners-Lee in 1991, right? And the associates developed it, and this was how the web worked until early 2001, right? Early 2000s. Right? What happened during early 2000s? The engineers at Microsoft, right, they envisioned a sort of a different type of a system, right? They envisioned a sort of a different type of a system. What differences? So far, how the web work was, the client sends the request, right? Client sends the request, and according the server check if there is any HTML document which matching that request, and if that document is found, it will ship the document back, because all the HTML documents or HTML pages, they were pre-made. Okay, so they were pre-made. Right. So when the request comes, right, when the request comes, the server find the correct page and ship the page back. Right. So we call that the static web. So the engineers at Microsoft, what they were thinking was, they were kind of like experimenting in a way that you don't want to create the web page first, right? So you don't need to have web pages created on the server, right? But a mechanism where the server will create the web page on request, right? So that means the server, you will not be creating the HTML page and loading it into a folder in the server, but instead the server will automatically create the web page according to previously given set of instructions when the reply arrives, and then send the reply request send the reply back. Right? Now this was a huge thing. This made a huge difference. Why? In earlier ways, the pages are made and put into the server folder, which was served afterward, right? So if you look at it in the morning, if I look at it in the evening and somebody else look at it during the night, you will get the same document. We will get the 100% same thing, right? But if the pages are not pre-made, but if they are made on request, then we can have mechanisms where the server build responses or web pages with slight differences based on some other environmental condition. For an example, in the morning, right, we can reply with good morning. In the evening, we can say good evening. In the night, we can say good night. Right? Why? Because the page is not already made. You are going to make it on the fly when the request comes. Then you can have a simple logic in there saying, if this time is less than this, print good morning. If the time is between this and this, print good evening. If the time is over this one, print good night. And so now you can employ logics to determine what is going to be included in the web page, right? So this is called the dynamic web. So this is called the dynamic web. Right? In dynamic web, the content is not fixed. Sorry, the content is not fixed. In static web, the content is fixed. Right? In static web, everybody sees the same design, same thing, same information, same layout. But in dynamic web, we can, since we are making pages on the fly, we can differentiate between the replies sent to different things. All right, I guess you understand me, right? So go through the content on the slide. I guess you can read it. And in the meantime, I will spare another 2 minutes for you to ask questions. I'll spare a few minutes or 2 minutes for you to ask questions. Does anybody want to ask any question? Please raise your hand. No? Right, so let's go. So this is how the difference between the static and dynamic works. Right? This is how the difference between the static and dynamic works. Right? So look at that. On top, you have the user request the HTML file, web server accept the request, right? Get the correct file and send it back to the user. Right? So you, no matter who requests the page, right? Everybody gets the same result. But in the lower section, you have the other option, the dynamic option. Right? User requests the file, the web server gets it, right? And web server runs it, internal mechanism, talking to the databases, getting files from the file servers, using images and other resources, right? Use all of that, whatever the server has, into synthesizing a new, unique, custom-made reply and send it back to the user, right? So this is essentially the difference between the static and dynamic, right? Today and tomorrow, we will learn how to create static documents, and during the last 3 days, we will focusing on creating simple static web pages and websites, right? Okay, so when you look at the technologies involved in the static website and dynamic website, building statics are really easy. So you need to learn 3 different languages: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Right? So why 3 languages? What is this? Right? What's the difference between them? HTML is the structure and content. Right? So you use HTML to create the structure and the content within the web page. Right? And CSS is to look and feel. Right? So it beautifies the page. JavaScript is the big brain functions, interactions. Right? So this is how the static web works, right? You need to learn all 3 of them. We'll be briefing each 3 of these as much as we can during the coming 5 days. Right? And when it comes to dynamic, right, yes, you need HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to handle the user interface and the user side. And on the server side, you need to have a server-side scripting language, right? Server-side programming language. There are different server-side programming languages. You have ASP, initially created by Microsoft and was the first server-side programming language. And then you have PHP, and you have JSP, right? And you have some other less popular solutions as well, right? But within the world, about 98% of the backend is done using ASPs, PHPs, or JSPs. And then to support this scripting functionality, right, you have databases. So this database can be many different forms, right? If you are using ASP-based technology, it could be MS SQL Server, Oracle, or if you are using a PHP or JSP, although you can use MS SQL or Oracle, most popular ones these days are MariaDB and NoSQL and the other solutions like that. Okay. So to be a good web developer, you have to learn a lot of things, right? So many things, right? 3 languages on the client side and about 6-7 different languages and things on the server side. Right? So this is what we are going to brief. I'm going to introduce you into HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, MySQL, as well as SQL language, right? PHP MyAdmin and the Apache web server, right? And I'm going to introduce you to all of those during the coming 4 days. All right. Now, so this is how the web works. And another important element, I need to explain this before going into the break, right? First break, right? Is the URL, Uniform Resource Locator. Anybody who knows at least a bit of networking knows the computers identify each other with numbers, specifically called the IP addresses. But we humans, it's really hard for us to remember numbers. It's really hard for us to remember numbers. We can't remember numbers. So we have invented a mechanism, right, to represent resources on this worldwide network, right, or the internet using human-friendly names, right? And this scheme, right, representing what is available on the internet using human-readable names is called the URL, Uniform Resource Locator scheme, right? I'm pretty much sure that you all are familiar with URLs because everybody types google.com, right? So when it comes to URLs, so these are the parts of a URL, right? So look at that. At the very beginning, you have the protocol, right? And you have the top level domain, second level domain, and the sub level domain, right? Which identified where the computer, right? Where is the computer which hold this information? The location of the computer which hold this information, right? And then followed by a slash, you specify the folder which this specific information is found at, and then the file name and the extension of a file, right? So if you look at the URL below, right, first part is there, but here we have a port number. In case of a system where multiple services running at the same time, multiple web server or web client sessions running at the same time, then you have to work with port numbers, right? Then path to the file, right? And then you have a bunch of parameters, right? And then bunch of anchors, right? Now I want you to focus attention on the second one. Okay, I want you to focus attention on this second one, because this is the structure we are going to use. This is what we are going to leverage on when we develop our pages. We are going to use paths, we are going to use files, we are going to use port numbers, we are going to use parameters, we are going to depend heavily on parameters, and we are going to work with anchors. Right? So we are going to work with anchors. Right? So you'll know what these things are and what these things will do, but I want you to kind of like take a screenshot if you want, or a screen grab or something like that, and maybe I can grab the relevant thing for you and share into the chat. There you go. Right, there you go. Right. So in case that you might hold on to this picture, which will tell you what why we are using these things in our coming sessions. Right. Now this is the structure of the URL, and we use the URL. Right. We use the URL to represent resources and their locations in the internet. Right. But this is for human. Computers don't understand that. Right. So this is for humans, and no computers do understand that. So we need to have a mechanism to convert this human understandable URLs into machine understandable IP addresses. A mechanism to convert URLs into the IP address, and that mechanism is called the DNS. Right. So every time you type www.google.com, right, the DNS engages and get what you type into the get the URL you have just given to your web client, right, and look it up on the directory and tell your computer, okay, he says google.com, buddy, this is the IP address, right? So then the computer grab the IP address and talk to the server and get this thing going, right? So the whole thing, the whole HTTP protocol, right, will work without DNS, but we won't be able to use any of these services without DNS because we don't remember the IP addresses. Right? We remember nasa.gov, we remember google.com, right? We remember facebook.com, right? But we do not remember IP addresses of any of those services, right? So if the DNS goes down, your web services goes down as well. Actually, web services will live, but the humans won't be able to engage with them because every time your computer asks, I want to find out google.com, what is google.com? Your DNS would simply say, I'm on strike today, I'm not doing this thing anymore. So in that case, your computer will not be find the IP address of the DNS server, the Google server, and it will simply say, I can't reach this page, right? So the functionality of the DNS is really, really, really important, right? Functionality of the DNS is really, really, really important. And if you want to bring down the internet, you have what the closest thing you can do is, sabotage the worldwide DNS network. Right? Sabotage the worldwide DNS DNS system, right? Which will then it will fail translating between IP addresses and the names, and nobody will be able to access web pages unless they recall the IP address, right? So that is where the DNS comes in, and the DNS is hierarchical. So it's not a single computer which is carrying the weight of the whole world in one shoulder. No, it's a bunch of computers talking to each other. We call it the DNS system. And in a DNS system, you have the authorities DNS, DNS or HTTPS, name server filtering, DNS block list, private DNS, bunch of technologies. Right? Bunch of technologies which are DNS associated, right? So in your free time, you may spend time, right, and look it up, learn the basic of DNS, because a good web developer will have to configure his or her own DNS services, right? You will have to consider, you will have to build your own DNS services. That is a requirement, right? You will have to configure your own DNS services. Otherwise, this whole thing, your websites will not actually go online. There are automatic processes, of course, yes, but a good tech-savvy person would like to get it done manually, owned by himself or herself, right? So So I invite you to research further into DNS targeted technologies, right? And maybe write a summary about it. It's sort of, writing a summary is a very good thing to learn, right? It solidifies what you learn. Right. So do we have any question about the quick dash of the theories and foundations and which we are going to be built upon as at now? Anyone should have, does anyone has a question? Please raise your hand, we'll let you speak. No? All right, so it's almost 1.5 hours that we have been, sitting there in these chairs and looking at the screen, right? So we'll take a 10 minutes break, right? So we'll take a 10 minutes break and we'll go into the second leg of our lesson. It's about introduction to web hosting, right? So we'll talk about what is hosting. Let's say you have created the web page, then how you are going to put it on the internet and what you need to know and what are the different options you have, right? So let's quickly dash through that before we hit into the lunch break. We'll take a 10 minutes break and we'll be back by 10:44 and we'll be starting back by 10:45, right? So go out there, stretch your arms and legs. It's going to be a long 5 days. I ensure you will be soon going into coding, right? After the lunch break, we'll be going into coding, right? But before that, we need to wrap up this theoretical and technological parts, right? So take a break and come. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Can you hear me? Can you please raise your hand if you can hear me? Right, 5, 6, 7, 8. I want to know who has trouble hearing me or what. Right, superb. All right, okay, so welcome to part 2 in the morning, Inspiration Monday morning, right? So now we are going to talk about web hosting. Now, what exactly is hosting, right? Now, when you have built your website, right? And when you want to allow others to see your website, okay? Right? You have to publish it. If you want other people to take part, then you have to publish it. Now, publishing is associated with hosting. Right? Publishing your website is associated with hosting. Okay? Individuals or small businesses purchase web hosting because they do not have the funds or experience to host their website in application on their own, right? So simple thinking, because like there are 2 different ways of hosting a website. The number one is that you can host the website on your own computer, or you can host the website in somebody else's computer, right? Both are possible. But if you want to host your website in your own computer, you need to have a significant technical know-how. You need to have a significant technical know-how. You need to know what you're doing, right? And your computer need to be online 24 hours a day, and it need to have enough resources, processing power, memory, and storage to handle so many number of connections and clients. And your internet connection should be faster. I mean, web hosting is about sending data from your computer to the out in the world. So you should be looking at very high upload speed, right? But a domestic internet connection that we have, like what we use, right? They are mainly focused on download, not upload, right? So therefore, regular internet connections usually won't work. They won't cut the demand for the web publishing. So you need to talk to ISPs and get a dedicated, upload focused network connection. All right. And that's a bit of work, right? That's a bit of work. I mean, it's really a piece of work, right? So a lot of people do not opt to it. But if you are a multi-billion-dollar company like Microsoft, Facebook, and Google, right? So then you do have the technical know-how, you have the resources, you have the fast internet connections. Then you can host your website on their own computers, on their own premises. But usually you put your website somewhere else, right? So to host a website, you need to have a domain name, right? Remember the name or the URL, right? You need to have your name, right? අපිටම කියලා අපේම reserve කරපු නමක් තියෙන්න ඕන. Then ඒ නමට තමයි අපි link කරන්නේ, right? So for an example, the APIIT goes as APIIT.lk, right? So that is our domain name, right? So when somebody wanted to access our websites, they would type APIIT.lk, right? So then the DNS will look at APIIT.lk. Okay, this is the IP address of the server, and the network will figure the rest out, right? So you need to have the domain name, right? And the DNS service configured. Okay. And then you need to have the adequate space reserved in the server to host your website and host the whatever the other details your customer might want to put it in, right? And you have to decide whether you are going to a company email service as well, right? And then you need to figure out whether what sort of a customer service you need to have, right? All right. Your customers might want service from you, and you might want services from your domain service provider, right? So then the type of and the nature of the customer service, that is also something need to be figured out, right? Like that. Right? And there are smaller things as well. Right. Okay. So when you call web hosting talks about usually registering your website, right? Registering your domain, right? That means reserving the name, right? And building the website, and then setting up email accounts for whatever the requirement, right? So the relationship between domain name and web hosting. Okay, so look at this image. Okay, so this is a house, right? Built on a land, right? By a street. Now this is exactly the architecture of the domains, right? Domain name is the address where you can find the land and the house, right? And the hosting provider gives you the land, right? Space, and you build your own house, which is the website, right? Over there, right? So you have to talk to a hosting service provider and buy a land, right? Then you have to reserve the address, which is the URL for the domain name, right? Then you have to build your own house using what the technologies that we have already talked about, right? And then let's start by getting a domain name, right? So domain names, you should be getting them from registrars. You should be getting them from registrars, and they are not free. The price for domain names vary from few bucks to hundreds or thousands of dollars based on how premium they are. It's a very open market. So if you come up with a very cool domain name, probably that might cost a lot more, right? So there are authorities. The authority for registering names is ICANN, right? ICANN, right? International Consortium for Names and Numbers, right? So then they have leased it to some suppliers, right, who are called the authorized registrars. So you have to get your domain name from registered from a registrar or a kind of like a sub-register, right? For an example, I mean, usually when you want to buy a website, when you buy space, right? Those services, those companies who sell you the server space, they also sell you the domain names. The ones who sell you the domain names also sell you the server space. So usually you can buy it as a package. But in occasional situations, you might wanted to get the domain name from somewhere else and host it somewhere else. For an example, the APIIT, we have got it from Sri Lankan name registry, APIIT.lk, and we are hosting the website in a different place. So we had to buy from one place, the domain from one place, and the land from the other place. And I do have my personal services running on ons.lk, once.lk, right? Again, the domain name was purchased from Lanka domain registry, and I'm hosting it with hostblast.net, which is a somewhat cheaper, and personally I would say I know them. We have been working for like 10 years now. So basically I got a good deal from them. So I work with them, right? So you can buy them separately or you can buy them together, right? And especially the thing, right, is you have so many different types of domain names. You can buy a .com domain name, .net domain name. Most of these public domain names are available through any registrar. But if you want to go for a specific country-based domain name or a very reserved one like .lk, right, then you have to look up for the authorized partner who is registered and has a responsibility to register one of those domains. So they usually come a little bit expensive, right? And the domain registration is not a one-time payment. It's like annual payment. Means what? You have to renew your registration by paying the sum every year. So after registering your domain, now you can buy the hosting. If you buy the hosting from the same registrar, they would automatically connect, right? But if you buy the domain name from a separate location and your web hosting from a different location, then you need to do a little bit of configuration. Okay, hear me out. Now, when you buy, right? Just guys, give me a second. I have this question I need to answer. Just give me a second. All right, I'm sorry for that 1 minute break. Right, I'm sorry for the little break. Something came up. Okay. Right. Okay. So you need to have a little bit of configuration. That's what we were talking about. Okay. You need to have a little bit of a configuration. That's what we were talking about. All right. Okay. So now moving forward. So how do we do this connection? Right. So if you got the domain name and hosting plan from the same company, like I said, they would automatically connect. Right. So they would automatically connect. Right. And then after buying these two services separately, you have to point your domain name into the server. Right. So after registering your domain name, if you choose to host in a different company, simply connect the hosting company and ask for their name servers, right? So when you register for hosting package, they will give you something called the name servers, 2 or 3 addresses, 2 or 3 URLs, or 2 or 3 IP addresses, right? Called name servers. They will usually be in the company email, or they would be in your account control panel. So all you have to do is you have to get these ones, and the name registrar will have a place called the name servers. You have to put those values over there. Right? Basically, what you're supposed to do is you have to get the name servers from your hosting service provider and put them in your domain registrar. Right? So then the DNS on your domain registrar will start forwarding the request to your hosting, the DNS server hosted by your host. Okay. Now, when somebody wanted to visit your web page, they will be running the DNS query, and that will end up in your the name servers, name service provider. And when you connect these name servers, the request will be forwarded into your host, and the host will hand over the right files. Right. So then you need to do that connection. Right. Earlier, when you put the configuration, right? Earlier, when you put the configuration, it took like 2-3 days. All right. Okay. Right. So get the name servers from your hosting provider, and put them into the name register. Okay. Right. So let's move on. We have quite a few bit more information, right? So like I said, when you register your name, you have a lot of choices to make, like the ones like com, net, org, biz, co info, they are public, right? But then you have the country specific ones like US, UK, lk.au or .lk, UK, right? So those are country specific domain names. So you can choose whatever you want based on the type of the service you want to host. Sometimes if you are based on a country based domain name like .lk or something, right, you might have to produce additional resources or documentation to convince them, you're going to do something legitimate, right? And usually when it comes to web hosting, the email hosting is accompanied, but these services can, again, like names, you can have them in the same service provider, or you can split them apart, right? For a beginner, I would recommend you use the same service provider, right? But if you are to, split them apart, for an example, when it comes to APIIT, we have hosting in a different place, and our email is handled by Microsoft Corporation, right? So we have split these two parts and manually configured 2 different scenarios, right? But for a beginner, you don't need to go into that kind of a thing. When you buy hosting, your hosting account will come up with some limited number of email accounts. Maybe based on the package you're buying from them, you might have even a bigger number of email accounts, right? So they can be, you can just know that you can have them in a single service, or you can split them apart, right? So when you buy a hosting service, the service provider usually give you site control panel, which will help you to manage, create new pages, back up them, control them, modify your DNS queries, right? So they are usually called the admin panel or control panel, OC panel, right? Those kind of things. This will be given by your hosting service provider, right? Now, if you want to be serious about your website, you should go with a service provider who gives you an admin panel, right? Okay, who gives you an admin panel, because that will allow you to configure and control a lot of things, right? That will allow you to configure and control a lot of things. I will demonstrate this in coming days by going into my personal hosting and the admin panel and how things are working over there, right? So that is something you need to pay attention to, right? So a lot of cheaper ones and some free ones do not exactly give you any control beyond being able to upload data into the upload files. But if you want to create something good, you need to go with something go with a service who has the control plan. And the most popular one is cPanel. And like I said again, if you are serious about what you're going to host, you need to have a service or service provider with good customer support, right? If something goes wrong, there should be a people you should be able to talk to, get help, resolve, get a backup copy if virus goes infected and maybe an attack happen and your site goes down. You need this support to bring everything back online, right? So look at your customer support and their agreement, right? So this is what we have discussed so far, right? So web hosting is a service. You need to have domain name. You need to configure your DNS. You have to link the domain name and the hosting service provider. You have to think about how you handle your email address, and you have to think about what sort of a customer support you are going to need, right? And everything small, right? All right. So do we have any questions so far? මේ වෙනකම් අහන්න මොනවාරි ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවද? 21 දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා තාම ලයින් එකේ. Any question? Yep, I think I got the question. No, thank you, Chaminder. Feel free to kind of like chat with me using chat box or raising a hand and ask a question. Right? It's not like watching a movie, right? Where you are only supposed to sit down and listen. No, it's not like that, right? So you are very much encouraged to ask questions, right? So the next thing I'm going to talk about is the different type of hosting services, right? Like we agreed, we talk about hosting. You need to have hosting, right? But there are so many different types of hosting service provided available. And let me quickly brief these things, right? The first one is shared hosting, right? A shared hosting is what? One computer or one server, right, is hosting many different websites, right? Probably from many different customers like you, right? So this is obviously the cheapest one, and whatever the resources available in the server is shared among all the customers who are using it at the same time. The CPU, the RAM, and the communication bandwidth all shared, right? So this would be good for a startup website, for experimental website, or for a small website where the number of clients would be like 5-10, right? But this would not suit for a serious web application where a lot of people want to take part for use, right? But this would be the cheapest one. This would be the most simplest one to use and set up. There is a question how to link the admin panel to website. Actually, Tarusha, when you buy the hosting, the hosting service provider does that automatically, right? It's not a manual work. The hosting service provider get it done, and you gain access to the back end of your website through the control panel, right? Or if you are talking about building your admin site to provide facilities, to your service clients, right? Then you have to build it, right? So this is what we are talking about, web development techniques භාවිතා කරලා වාගේ වෙබ්සයිට් එකේ තියෙන සර්විසස් වලට ඇඩ්මින් පැනල් එකක් වඩ බිල්ඩ් කරන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් ඔයා කතා කරන්නේ වෙබ්සයිට් එකේ හොස්ටිං මැනේජ් කන්ට්‍රෝල් එක කන්ට්‍රෝල් කරගන්න පුළුවන් කන්ට්‍රෝල් පැනල් එක කරනවා. ඒක සර්විස් ප්‍රොවයිඩර් දෙනවා. You don't need to worry about it, right? So shared hosting. But if you are a little bit serious about, a little bit more serious than the shared hosting, right? You can go for a virtual private server hosting. Right? So what happens in virtual private server, right? You are getting a small virtual computer in a data center. Okay, you are getting a small virtual server in a data center, right? And whatever the resources, the processor, the RAM, and anything that is associated with that server, right, is dedicated to you. Whatever associated with that server is dedicated to you. So then you have a little bit better performance, right? Better performance than shared hosting, because in shared hosting, if one of the people who are sharing got overloaded, then you are going to get slowed down as well, right? That won't happen in virtual private server hosting, right? And then you can have dedicated server hosting, right? Where your hosting service provider dedicate a physical server for you, right? Your hosting service provider dedicates a physical server for you, all right? Dedicates a physical server for you, right? So it's all yours. There's no virtualization. There is no sharing, right? So you will have complete administrative access. You can manage files. You won't have any sort of limitation on what you can do over there, right? So if you are building a very sensitive or sophisticated web application, maybe this is the thing for you, right? Or, right, most hosting service providers will provide you with managed hosting, right? So means what? They manage everything. They manage backup, they manage security, they manage your server, hardware, software, right? They will manage everything, right? So that will make a lot of things a lot of easy going forward. But little bit big, these things are progressively expensive down the line. And the next one is co-location. Co-location is what? Where you build your own server, you configure your own server with your own hardware, you put whatever the number of processor and type of processor in it, the amount of RAM, right? And you bring it on and locate in the server farm of a service provider. Why would you do that? Because service providers usually have 24-hour uninterrupted internet. They have required technical stuff. They have the necessary cooling. They have the firewalls, virus guard, or whatever these things. They have backing up options and all. So you can own your own private server, but still reduce the management cost. Imagine you are going to manage your own web server. Then you need to have a call room, a person to take care of it, good and redundant internet connections. They are going to be costly, right? So rather than you try to do it all yourself in your home room, co-location would be a good option. So summarizing that, you have these options, right? You have shared hosting, managed hosting, VPS, cloud, dedicated, and co-location, right? So cloud hosting is hosting in online data center, right? I would say it's just hosting in the cloud. We'll get onto that in a different context, and we'll understand what are the advantages, disadvantages, benefits associated with that. Right, any questions? So if I can spare 2 minutes on questions regarding this. All right. Chat is not blinking up. Right. So let's move forward then. Now, let's say you built your website. Okay. So I'm covering all of the technical stuff, the theoretical stuff, so we can focus on development during the next remaining 4.5 days, right? So hands-on things, right? So I'm kind of like rushing through this, right? So now let's say you build your website, you've registered your domain name, you found a good service provider, and you choose a proper hosting package, and now you have published your website, right? Is that it? Right. So a lot of people think that's it, right? So a lot of people think that's it, and this is where the journey ends. But actually, no. Right? It is really important to keep your website fit and running. Right? It's really important to keep your website fit and running, and you will have to do some stuff to make sure your website is available. Right? People can find it, people can use it. Right? There are still more things to do. Right? And talking about them, the very first thing is search engine optimization. Right? Very first thing is search engine optimization. So what is search engine optimization? Search engine optimization is setting up your, doing certain tunes, fine tunes or adjustments to your website. The search engines like Google, Bing, and etc. will easily find your website and will easily be promoting your website to the people who are looking for stuff, right? Now, when somebody wants to find something on the internet, what they usually do is they go to a popular web search engine, maybe it's Bing, maybe it's Google or any other. DuckDuckGo is also a good option, right? So you will be going into a search engine and you will be putting up the query and you will be searching it, right? Now, the researchers show that people usually do not go beyond the second page, right? I mean, when you search something in, you get 10 results on the first page and another 10 on the second page. People don't go beyond the third page, unless otherwise they really can't find what they're looking for. So in that case, we have to make sure that our website is listed within the first few elements, right? So whatever we can do, what do we do to get this thing done? Right? Make search engines put our websites on top of their search results is called the search engine optimization, right? So search engine optimization has obvious relevancy to the marketing, right? And it of course incurs cost, right? SEO is the act of modifying a website to increase its ranking in organic versus paid crawler-based listing of search engines, right? So you do have two different ways where you can put your website on top. Number one, you can pay them. You can pay money to Google or Bing or whatever the search engine. So they will always put your website on top, right? So that's what they are called, the promoted results. Promoted results. Okay. For an example, let's say you have a website which is selling hats. You go and pay money to Google and say, hey Google, if somebody is search hats in Sri Lanka, put my website on top. And Google will tell you how much, and you will pay that. And for the next the contractual period, anybody who's searching for hats will be seeing your website on top under the promoted sites, right? So that is one way to do that. That's one choice. And the second choice would be to do that inorganically, right? So understand these organic things. You have to understand how search engines work. Right? Search engines act as web clients and they traverse the internet looking for websites and web pages. Upon finding a web page, they go through the web page content and create an index about the keyword. right? And put those keywords and index on a database. Now, when somebody asks, they will look for that database to find out if there is any relevant website. So this is called the crawling, right? So now, if the crawler crawls your website, if the crawler can easily find the keywords and figure out what sort of a website, what you are doing, what sort of information is available there, and that information will go accurately into the search engine database, and you will be listed higher in your results. Okay, so which will take us to two different types of search engine optimization, right? Black hat and white hat. I will explain the white hat first. In white hat, we do everything originally, legitimately. So the search engines find the real information in our websites and rank them. In black hat, you specifically use crafted keywords, words, sentences within your web page to trap those crawlers, to convince the crawlers you are a legitimate or high profile thing, right? But these things might not actually true. All right. So white hat is the organic or the legitimate way. Black hat is the non-legitimate way, but that is not illegal. There are no laws in the world or in Sri Lanka telling you cannot put lies on a website. So therefore, you can lie on a website to fool a crawl, thinking into you are the best. You have the website to get this relevant information. So if you want to search engine optimize your website, right? Here are some good tricks, good things to be done in organic way, right? Write human-friendly content, right? For an example, you have to build the website assuming that it is intended for humans, and that mode, that appearance will be picked out by the that would be picked out by the crawlers, and they would rank you accordingly, right? So you can use targeted keyword in the right places, right? And create a more user experience, better user experience, nicely look and feel one, right? Use appropriate hyperlinks to link with the external and internal content, right? Format content in snippets, right? Give me a second, guys. Hello? All right, I'm sorry for that disturbance as well, right? Some important communications from the university and all, right? Whatever. Right, so then you can remove everything which can slow down in your website. That is one of the killer thing a lot of people don't understand, because crawlers can actually detect the load time, right? So if you have a lot of heavy content like videos playing and the background script slowing your website down for more than 2-3 seconds, right? Then definitely your site's ranking is going to go way down, right? So you have to build websites that loads like this, right? And also you have to pay attention to how the search engine algorithms works, and occasionally time to time the search engine companies announce they have made these changes. Then you might want to change your website structure to reflect those changes. All right, so that's that about search engine optimization. This is not me teaching you the search engine optimization. This is me showing you the search engine optimization, so you can focus on them a little bit later. And we might even think about doing a kind of like a webinar series on search engine optimization and hosting and all, but that's not the focus for this one. This is about building a code, but we cannot go into that without, if you don't know this stuff, right? So I have here, we have a documentation. I will post these links into the chat box so you can get, and I will have the documentation ready so you can collect it when you join with the day 2 tomorrow. Right. Okay, so the second one is you need to think about the user experience, right? So user experience is how much look and feel your website generates, right? It should be a nice thing, cool thing, and the customer should, love to look at it. It should not be cluttered, right? But if you look at it, right, the presentation we are doing right now, okay, we have a nice background color, not too prominent, right, not too pushy, right, and the text and images is all about what we want to communicate with you, and we don't have that much of big content, right, and especially the background does not kill the text, right, and we do have the APIIT logo in the corner, not too prominent, but it doesn't steal the focus, but it is also there, right? So you have to learn some disciplines in user experience development, right? So then again, this is kind of like a work in progress, another webinar series on user experience development for web, and how to build up a killer UI, right? So we are working on this as well. So during the next upcoming few months, we will be putting up programs like this. But I mean, most of the times we will do once every 2 months or something like this, because it takes a lot of time and effort to get it done. So we cannot have one running every week. Right? So that is another work in progress. Since you learn to know how to build a website, then what's next, right? What to focus on building a killer UI, right? So that would be another focus. I mean, I invite you to stay in touch with our team at APIIT, so they will let you know when the next one is coming up and what is going to be about, right? So then afterward we'll do few more. Actually, we have a range of workshops about frameworks, and then about web testing, right? I mean, this is kind of like the beginning of all these web related thingy which is going on, right? So keep in touch, right? So if your website look nice, people will love it, and if the people will love it, people will keep coming back, and people will get their friends to come in as well, right? So this is the thing you need to understand. Nobody like ugly things, right? So I'm sure you are using smartphones every day. Okay, you are using smartphones every day, Apple or Android. When you want to buy an app, you go to the Play Store, App Store, right? And when you go in there, how do you choose an application? You look at the icons and you look at the screenshots, right? More than the functionalities, you look at the look and feel. When you see a nice screenshot, okay, this look cool, and then you begin there and look at the read the other detail to see whether you find the things you are looking for, right? So therefore, you have to pay 90% attention to the look and feel, right? So a good interface is useful, desirable, valuable, usable, findable, credible, and accessible, right? So keep these things in your mind, right? It should be useful to people, right? People should desire it. It should be usable. I mean, they should be able to use it, right? They should give some valuable outputs to your customers, right? And they should be able to access it. And whatever the things you are presenting out there should be credible, right? And they should be able to find things inside the UI, right? So the 7 key elements of a good UI, right? All over there. So you need to focus attention on that as well, right? So the next requirement is accessibility, right? So accessibility is all about some people who are differently able and may not be able to perceive the things as it is. We know some people have difficulty in moving their arms, so they cannot type or move the mouse. Then how would they interact with your website? You have to think about it. Some people have color blindness, so they don't see specific colors. You have to think about it, right? And some people might not be hearing what is played or spoken in your website. You have to think about it. And some people will have this seizure, like flashing colors will induce seizure on them, and you have to think about these people, right? So accessibility is a huge thing. If you want to become a professional web engineer, you have to pay 100% attention to this, right? So in some countries, it's a legal requirement. If you build and publish something which is not accessible, and some community might sue you, and the court will find you guilty of, kind of like disability discrimination, which is entirely possible. So it's not like this is my website, I built the way I want. No, the moment you put it out there, it's a public property. The public has say, and in some countries, people might get offended that you are not catering for the differently able people, and you might be in a trouble, right? So Worldwide Web Consortium has, Worldwide Web Consortium is the organization led by some Tim Berners-Lee, who's look after the web and its development. Right? They have a nice accessibility guideline, and if you are serious about being a web engineer or a web developer, that guideline is something that you need to read and learn. Right? That guideline is something that you need to read and learn. And for a light reading, yes, you can look up the Wikipedia, search web accessibility on Wikipedia, and you will get everything. Okay, so accessibility talks about assistive technologies. Assistive technologies mean the devices used by those differently able people, screen readers, differently crafted pointing devices, switches, right? Alternate devices, and some voice devices like Siri, Amazon Echoes, and other devices, right? Where they work through the web, but no interfaces, keyboards, just the voice, right? So does your website compatible with that kind of operation as well, right? So here are some more things that people might be using to access your website. And if your website is not 100% compliant on these things, the people might not be able to get the full benefit out of your website. And even like I said, some people might get offended, and might be a legal concern as well. Right? So this is also something that you need to pay attention to, right? So some statistic in 2010, the US government census show 1 person in every 5 has some sort of disability. That is 20% of the population, right? So you can't think like, accessibility right? No, 1 of 5 means 20% of the population. Right? Okay. Write that. Right. So some more statistic about 56.7 million, 90% of the population had disability in 2010. 8.1 million people had difficulty seeing. 2 billion people were blind or unable to see. 7.6 million people experienced difficulty of hearing. 1.1 million whose difficulty was served. 5.6 million used hearing aids. 19.9 million people had the difficulty filtering and grasping. That includes, for instance, trouble filtering objects like bag of groceries, right? So people have problems, right? And the question is whether you want to abandon them or not. But again, these people with these issues, right, create a significant portion of your population. So this is something you need to focus on. Right. And web accessibility guideline, right, talks about 4 different objectives in any website. Receivable, should be able to see and hear. Operatable, should be able to work with. Understandable, we should be able to understand what is in. And robust, right? So it should not break when we change the devices, right? When we change from touchpad to mouse, or when we change the screen size, when we go from the device with the screen to a device without screen, the system should not break, right? So this is something you should be learning if you want to become a serious web application developer. And the US government section 508 and explains the legal requirements of accessibility within the United States, right? So again, it's not a thing that you can just ignore, right? So these disabilities can be visual, right? I mean, when you look at it, some people might not see all these colors. Some people might see 2 different colors as same, right? And also here we have some good practices, something that we can easily implement within your website to increase the compliances. Images and controls should have equivalent text. So when you put an image, you can put a text below explaining what is that image. So if the person can't see the image, would be able to read it. Or if the person is blind at all, right, a screen reader software will be able to capture that text description and be able to read it for them. Text, image, and page layouts can be resized without losing information. Ability to resize your website without information getting lost, right? Video content has text or audio alternatives, right? Narrations, right? Text and images have sufficient contrast between, okay? So you cannot have light color background and light color text, right? Light color background, dark color text, or dark color background, light text, right? It should be easily contrastable, right? Consistable navigation, avoid using color alone to identify links or controls. So you cannot, just use just the colors to, indicate where is clickable and where it is not, right? So then people will have color related issues, will not be able to find the links and navigate, right? So we will be slowly incorporating all things, most of these things in our development passively. And then you have auditory problems, right? And physical disabilities preventing them from typing into keyboard, moving around here and there, moving the mouse, using the touchpad, right? So these are real situations throughout the globe. I'm just glancing through this, right? So you would get an idea, right? So one last sentence about the accessibility is it's a serious thing. 90%, more than 90% of evolving web developers, we call them amateur web developers, completely disregard this, right? They focus on the user experience. They build at their heart's content, but in the meantime, they let a significant portion of the population unable to comprehend what is going on in your website. So you are, in one way, you are losing the customers. On another way, you are making a discrimination, right? That's bad. Okay, you are leading to a discrimination that is seriously bad. So let's build website as much as compliance as possible. So then the performance of a website, right? So the performance of your website depends on few elements. One, how powerful the computer hosting your website is, how fast the internet connection that computer is using to get connected to the internet, right? And how much powerful the client computer is and how fast the client's internet connections are, right? So out of those things, right, you might think, okay, what we can't do anything with the client, right? But yes, we can do anything with clients, right? We can do things with clients. We can build in such a way our website in such a way that it would work in a low-powered client. It would work nicely in a low-speed internet connection. So we can build it like that, right? And one solution is to host your website and deliver its content using a content delivery network, CDN, right? So rather than hosting and leveraging on one single server, there are things called the content delivery networks, which caches your website, means keeping temporary copies throughout the globe. When the request comes in, they dispatch from the cache, right? So the stress on your web server reduced significantly, right? Leading to better performance. So a lot of big organizations, almost all the big organizations like Microsoft, Google, Facebook, they all use CDNs to deliver the content to reduce stress on your their web servers as well as speed up the content delivery, right? And second, you can move your website into a better host, more powerful one, or maybe a different hosting package, right? If you are on shared, you can explore VPS or dedicated or co-located or whatever, right? Or you can optimize the website, reduce image sizes, reduce video clips, right? And comply with standards as much as possible, which will essentially deliver, create a smaller web page, smaller websites, and will help you to deliver faster, right? And also, these days, a lot of people build website with plugins, right? I'm sure you might have heard about things called WordPress and all, right? Some people create one-page websites with WordPress. Okay, some people creates one-page website with WordPress, right? I would say that is completely, hilarious and unintelligible. Why? You don't want a nuclear power plant to run your laptop, right? It's just a simple solar panel would be enough. But I have seen people who are deploying WordPress so they can have a single-page website. Right? The WordPress is like a nuclear power plant, can do a lot of things, has a lot of features and functionality, but at the same time, it will consume a lot of resources and network requires a lot of bandwidth, right? So if you are looking at a simple one-page, two-page website, don't think about WordPress. I know it can be built and deployed like this, but at what cost your clients are going to get suffer, right? So they suffer with performance, they suffer with internet bills, right? Why? What you can deliver with 2 megabytes of data, now you waste about 200, 300 megabytes of their connection data, right? So that's one objective I had when I designed this particular plan. Encourage you to build simple websites on your own without using these heavy backends, engines or frameworks, right? They're nice if they are running on very powerful systems with nearly infinite amount of resources carrying out huge serious things. But for a personal website about my school, myself, for a product catalog for a small shop, right? The best way is to build a lightweight, dedicated and optimized website, so your clients will be able to, get them faster, and the website scrollers will easily scroll them, and you get overall an unbelievable level of performance boost, right? And also you can reduce the number of JavaScript and CSS files, right? We would be learning about CSS frameworks like Bootstrap and all, right? It's a good thing, right? But then again, you have to determine, okay, are you serious on that? If you are using Bootstrap, then you have to use the best use of that. there is no point of you plugging a Bootstrap plugin just to kind of like change the color of a button. Right? So then learn a bit of CSS and determine whether you really want to use the Bootstrap for this thing as well. Right? And you can use website caching. All the modern web browsers supports website caching. Means what? If you are going from page A to page B, right? If you are going from page A to page B, if you have caching enabled, your web browser will be able to use the cache instead of downloading everything from the server. That will speed up the thing, reduce the internet bill for the customer, as well as reduce the impact on your web server, right? So you can look at that as well, right? And some web servers and web clients support gzip compression. Means what? Web server compress the whole website and send it, and the client unzip it to get the HTML and the other relevant content, right? So that will speed up the communication and that will speed up the data cost, but it will put a little bit of pressure on both client and server on decompressing and deploying it. It will put pressure on the RAM and the processor on both server and the client, right? So it's kind of like something that you need to know, but you have to seriously think whether I should go gzip, right? And you can use properly optimized databases to reduce load times and wait times, and right, reduce the use of web fonts. A lot of people use very beautiful fonts and the emojis, right, and a lot of things in their websites, but they take a significant time to load. Right? When we are building, I will demonstrate these things, right? How much time a font take, how much time the HTML page take, how much time these images and videos take, how much time the Facebook plugin take, right? So I'll demonstrate these things, then you will see for real, right? So how much an impact we can have, right? And when it comes to web, you have seen 404 errors. 404 errors is what? Page not found. But before the server telling the client page not found, the server will try its best to find a solution, and that's going to cost time. So the client would be like waiting, and suddenly you get the 404, and the client will be disappointed, right? So you need to have a mechanism to tackle the 404 errors and handle it by your own without wasting client's time. And one more, there are some websites you get automatically redirected from A to B, B to C, C to D, D to E, E to F, F to G, and then you see the content, right? Every time you redirect, you are downloading a lot of content in the background, even though you do not see them. Your bandwidth is being consumed, your time is being consumed. And so do not implement redirects in your website, right? Do not implement redirecting in your website unless otherwise you hate your customer. Unless otherwise you hate your customer. If your customer is your moral enemy or the arch enemy, then put redirection on. Right? But building on websites, you will have to have redirection. Right? For an example, like automatically logging in, right? And after putting username and password, going back to the home page, right? Those kind of things you need to have a bit of redirection. But what I'm talking about, not them. I'm talking about intentional redirection from page to page to page to page. Do that only if you hate your client. And websites support free patching. Free patching means they can automatically figure out what are the content which is going to be needed next, so they can fetch them in the background. So when you click the next button, they would be ready. That would not help in the bandwidth, but that would help massively in performance. Your client will start seeing the web page the moment he click or he or she click the next button, right? So it will create a huge impact over there, right? But it will consume a little bit more bandwidth, as it is tend to, keep on caching and discarding when you don't want it. Right? So you can use DNS prefetching, link prefetching, and pre-rendering. So there are techniques. These are, you can read on to them to get more information. And finally, the last one, right? You need to validate your web pages, right? So validation means to make sure everything is correct, no errors, no circular loops, no scripts wasting time, right? Just to make sure none of these things, right? So if you go to YouTube and ask, type web page validation, right? You can see a lot of nice videos and how to do that. It's a simple thing, and you can validate yourself, right? We will be validating our web pages that we build while we are working on them. So over there we'll have first-hand experience on them, right? So that's why I did not include any example or anything, but remember, validation is really important, because if you do not see that, your customer will start noting that and the customer might freak out. And next, the quality assurance is finding out whether the website has the quality, whether it has errors, whether it does the work it is supposed to do, right? QA is a really important part, right? Make sure that your website is error-free, virus-free, and it does the work it is needed, and it gives the performance that it need to be given, right? So those are the smaller things that you need to conform to few, right? Okay. So what did we discuss, right? So give me a second to go back to the presentation. So we learned what is World Wide Web, what is it, and how does it work, right? And we learn what you need to pay attention on, right? We learn about the hosting techniques and what you can, what are the options you have, right? When it comes to hosting, you need to focus attention on the hosting service, the domain name, DNS, the hosting, email, customer support, and everything else, right? Then different hosting packages, options you have, right? Shared, manage, VPS, cloud, dedicated, and co-location, right? And some techniques to keep your website top and fit, search engine optimization, and user experience, right? Accessibility, and compliance. So we spend a lot of time on that because it's a huge thing we need to focus on, right? And managing performance, different techniques to manage performance, and then validating and quality assurance. Alrighty. Okay. So we are at the end of the morning session where the boring content is over, right? So second, just yeah. All right. Okay. Right. So I would take any question. We can spare like 5-10 minutes on questions. Anything, right? What we discussed so far, I would compose this presentation into a PDF and I will distribute among you during the evening session, right? So I would like to take questions from you if you do have any. Love to take questions from you if you have any question. All right. Okay. So now, like I promised in the evening, I have one question. Yeah, that's not actually a question. I guess that's a bit of a typo or something. Right. So I'm putting some links on your chat box. Actually, links did not get pasted. Give me a second. We would start working on your code, right? We would slowly start building a, right? We would start building web pages, small web pages today evening. We'll learn a bit of HTML and we'll go into that. Okay. To do that, we would use Microsoft Visual Studio Code as our IDE. I will explain what is what. You don't need to have any bit of an experience on Visual Studio Code. I just posted the link into the chat box so you can get the Visual Studio Code downloaded into your computer, right? So I would prefer you have your right, you join in with your computers for the evening session, right? And the sessions to come tomorrow, day after, and 2 days after that, because we are going to work hands on hand, hands in hand, right? So for that, you need to have this, right? Yeah, I'm supposed to send this to everyone. Okay. So here's the tool called the exam, right? We are going to use exam based. I'm assuming most of you are going to be, right? I'm assuming most of you are going to be in Windows platform. So I do have links here for exam version and Microsoft Windows Visual Studio Code for download links which suits the Windows platform, right? So Visual Studio Code we will be using it to build our code, right? And the exam is to host our website within our own computer, right? So with the exam, we can convert our computer, our own personal computer, into our personal web server. So we can keep on building and keep on testing it in a real-time manner. Right, so we would be using these two tools. Right? At 12, we'll have the break, and we'll have about 45 minutes of a break, and then we'll be meet at 12:45. I expect you to download it, have it downloaded, and if it is possible, have it installed in your computer. There is a little bit of a trick when you install exam. Right, you better install that to the C drive, right? So exam should go to C exam folder, right? Of course, yes, you can install it to other places, but then there would be some security concerns in the sense like Windows Defender and the other systems will prevent certain services from running. If you download it from the original source, it would be completely safe, right? So having exam located in the C drive will help you to, it will not give you any kind of a problem. But if anybody's getting a problem, then from 12:45 to 1:15, we can spare some time to see and help you all on figuring out what is exactly going on and helping that. There is a question, Sunet. Excuse me, one of my friends would like to join the webinar now. How can he, Kanishka, if you are online and listening to me, how can we do that now? Can they still use the registration link? Or should they email to...
Hello. Sorry, can you please repeat that?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, can you repeat that question, please?
The question is, one of the students who are in participant is saying one of their friends would like to join the webinar now. What?
Okay. Well, hang on. Just I'll drop the link into the chat. Just forward that link to your friend. Once he registers, immediately I'll approve. So he or she will get the link.
Right, super. Thank you, Kanishka. Okay. So we'll put that link into everybody. So if you want to join your friends, then you can join in. Actually, the theory part, I mean, the boring part is over. And we'll have the break now. And we'll be back by 12:45. And I try your best to get these things to download it. They are not massive software. Both of them are combined will be about 250 megabytes, if my memory serves right. And if you could not download it or any technical problem occurred, and be here by 11:45. We will help you to get things set up. All right. So thank you for the question, Sunetra. We love to have people, right? More people join in. And do we have any question, anything? And if you are joining with your mobile phone, I recommend you to switch to the computer. But if you can, the best way is to keep your session available on your mobile phone and keep your computer to practice or build along with us. Right? So that would be the most ideal way, but depending on your situation, yeah. What are the softwares that you need to download? Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio Code and Exam. Both the original link, free download links are posted into the chat box. A bit above your question, Tivenu, it's there. Let me paste them again. Right. So these two links will get everything set up. So choose the right operating system and the version you want to download, please. And that would do. All right. Any other question? All right. So let's freshen up. And I will be back in about 30 minutes. You have about 45 minutes to get things done. And afterward, we'll spend another 15 minutes to answer technical questions if anybody had a problem getting everything set up. Right. And thank you very much for joining with us. Right. I would assure the boring part is over. Now we go into actual development. Right. So I intended to teach you HTML language from the beginning, and the foundation of CSS, as well as the foundation of JavaScript, and foundation of PHP, and the SQL databases in coming days. Right. See you after the break. Bye-bye. Right. Okay. So what is HTML? So let's go into that. In the meantime, I'm sorry. Am I audible? Can you see me? Can you see the screen? Raise your hand if you can hear me, see me, and see the screen. If everything is working fine, just raise your hand, please. 15, 16. Okay, I got 16 responses. But who am I missing? Anjali, Chaminda, Dilshan, Kayani, Hansala. It's about 5 people. I'm not getting responses from. Okay. So are you recording the shared meeting? I'll let the technical team know, right? So we can certainly think about that. But I'm not a fan of sharing recorded meetings, because like the moment you got to know that you are going to get the record, your attention goes down, right? So assume it's not going to be shared. Thank you for everyone who was raising your hand. You may put down your hands now. Thank you very much for the confirmation. All right. So HTML, what is HTML? It's a markup language. It's a hypertext markup language, right? And it is used to create web pages. So the initial specification for HTML language directly came from Sir Tim Berners-Lee, and he was the one who wrote the first HTML document. Right? So those days, the document was not much about the knowledge, but today the HTML supports a lot of things like it supports text, text formatting, images, videos, sound, and with HTML5, the latest version of HTML, it supports the HTML canvas, as well as through the canvas you can have a lot of wonderful things, animations, shadings, right? So basically today HTML can do anything a regular programming language can do. You can use HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and the server-side programming languages to get application-like functionality. Yeah, I see Kavindya and Munas is raising hand. Can I be in assistance of you? If you do need any assistance or support, please send me a chat message. Yeah, I guess. All right, Munas, no problem at all. Devinu Ratnaik, are you in a sort of a needing in assistance? All right, okay, so, right, no problem. Okay, so it's not a programming language. HTML is not a programming language. It's more like a markup language which will help you to organize knowledge in a document. Right now, HTML is based on tags. Right? HTML is based on tags. Right? So the essence of HTML is tags. Right? So it has its own way of defining tags. Right? Using angle brackets. There are opening and closing tags for many, but not all. Right? So when it comes to HTML tags, there is a an opening tag as well as a closing tag. In a moment, I will be demonstrating this. Right? Most of the HTML tags has opening tag and a closing tag, and some actually do not have. Right? So the content between the opening tag and the closing tag is known as HTML element. So the opening tag, internal content, and the closing tag, those three components together is called an HTML element. Right? Right? For an example, the expression, right? See, this is bold tag, warning, and the close of the bold tag. Right? So now, opening of the tag, the content, and the closing of the tags together, they create right? Together they create the HTML element. Okay. All right. So I told you the essence of the HTML page, HTML document is tags or elements, right? Now, when you look at an HTML document, right, we have this standard structure, right? So look at this, right? This is the standard structure of an HTML page. Okay? It starts with the opening HTML tag, and inside that you have the head tag, right? Inside that you have the title tag, title element, and then you close the HTML head tag, completing the HTML head element. Then comes the HTML body element, and then comes the HTML, the close tag of the HTML element. So encompassing the entire document together, right? So if you write anything after the closing of the HTML tag, it would not be recognized by the browser, right? It would just, ignored by the browser. Okay, it would just be ignored. Right. So now, before we are going into the HTML documentations, right? So I want you to go to your C drive, right? And inside your C drive, you do have the exam folder. Right? If you have installed it to the correct place, you do have the exam folder, right? If you don't have the exam installed now, right, you can create a folder anywhere for this particular exercise, maybe my document or somewhere. But if you have done installing the exam, I want you to go to C drive, open up the exam folder, right, and locate the htdocs folder, which is inside the exam folder, right? Here you go, right? So I have highlighted my htdocs folder. Now in the exam environment, this htdocs folder is very important because this is the folder the web server will be hosting, right? Inside the exam environment, this is the folder the website should go, because this is the folder the web server will be hosting, right? So we need to create our web document, web files, so the HTML files inside the htdocs folder. All right. But if you open it and see, you will note there are some files already, right? There are some files already. Let's get rid of them, but don't delete anything, right? Let's get rid of them so easily. Let's rename this htdocs folder into something else. Right? So let me rename this into htdocs HNC 2111, right? So I created this htdocs folder with our previous HTND batch students to demonstrate the content, the web development. We go in very deep and we build application level documentations with our HND level students. So that's a htdocs folder that I was working with them. So we don't want it anymore, but I'm not deleting it. I'm just renaming it to something else. So you may rename it to something else. It's no problem. Nothing will break, right? But if you look into my screen, you will see I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 htdocs folders renamed already, right? And after renaming it, I just right click on the folder, create a new folder, and I name it HTDOCS, all simple, right? HTDOCS, all simple. And now I have an empty htdocs folder. Okay. So this is where I'm going to build the web page, right? So I'll leave you a few minutes, right? And I want you to go into your exam folder, locate the htdocs folder, rename it out, and create a new folder, create a new blank folder. And when you're done, please raise your hand so I can get a quick count about who's still pending to go. And leave your hands up until I say so. Thank you. Wow, you guys are fast. I mean, how to create a new folder? You can, right click an empty space somewhere in the document and go to new and click on folder. Make sure if you do it like this, and if something was selected while you're doing that, then the folder will be created inside it. But make sure you find a neutral area where nothing would be selected when you right click on it. Or you can go to home ribbon. If you're using Windows 8 or later, you can go to home ribbon and click on this new folder icon and get a new folder created. So 12 people, we have 11 more people to go. Raise your hand if you have done it. 14, 15, 16. 5 more. Who is pending? Anjali, Kaini, Gitmi, I hope you all are watching. Okay, 17. Tarusha. Oh, Tarusha. All right. So 1 more minute, please. Gagani, can you hear me? Gagani, Gitmi, Imesha and Tarusha. Can you four hear me? Right, Tarusha, thank you. Please raise your hand if you are done with this. Thank you, Gagani. With me and who else? Okay, I guess almost everybody is done now, right? Now we have created the htdocs folder inside the exam. If you do not have exam, you can create a folder anywhere. Just make sure, just know where you created the folder, right? So now this is where we are going to locate our documents. Okay. So now I go to Visual Studio Code, open Visual Studio Code, and go to File and Open Folder. Then we can navigate to our C drive, exam, and the newly created htdocs folder, and choose the option select folder. Right. Then now we get into this welcome window. Here, if you look into the Explorer, you have the htdocs open, and here we have the welcome. We'll close it. Right. And just raise your hand if you are done with this part as well, or else put your hands down. Go to Visual Studio Code, File menu, Open, and Open Folder. File menu, Open, and Open Folder. Then choose the folder inside the htdocs which we have been working, which we have just created. Right. And raise your hand when you're done. I'll be back in just 1 minute. All right, I only see 13 people who have raised hands. Guys, if you have any difficulty, just let me know, let us know. Okay, 15, 16. I guess that's the usual 16 people or 17, right? All right, thank you very much. Okay. So now, right, we are going to now look at this in front of the htdocs. Here it shows the folder name in all caps, right? We have a few icons. The first one is create a new file, create a new folder, refresh, right? And this one to collapse the slide over there, right? So I'm going to click on new file, right? And type index.html, right? Index.html. Okay. So the moment I created it, right now I have the index.html file. Now let me explain this index.html. Now you can put down your hands now. Thank you. Right now, when the web server is serving the file, when the web server is serving the folder containing the file, if the client requested any folder without stating, if the client make a request without stating the file name, right? Okay. So if you make a request to the web server just with the domain name without mentioning any file, right, then the web server will fetch this index.html file and send it back. Okay. Api HTML request එක කරද්දී client request එක කරද්දී file name එකක් දාන්න නැතුව උදාහරණයකට www.google.com කියලා විතරක් කිව්වොත්. ඒකට මේක ඇතුලේ තියෙන මොන folder එකේ තියෙන මොන file එකද කියලා කියන්නේ නැතුව නිකම්ම domain name එක විතරක් දුන්නා. Then it is the index.html file which would be fetched by the web server and sent back. So this is kind of like the default page, or we can call it the home page, right? Now, along with the time when the HTML and the web technologies I guess we lost the power. Just hold on a second. I guess I'm experiencing some power failure, right? So let me get back to my laptop screen. I think we can so I'm going to share this screen with you. All right, and I'm not going to see the chat window anymore because my additional external displays are down at the moment as I lost the power, right? And I'm going to use the built-in display of the laptop, right, to keep this thing going. So if you need my help, you will have to just maybe speak up or something. And I don't have access to the chat box anymore. Thank you. Right. So I'll go on and I will be going on and just let me know if you want any, let me know. I will come back and post a message on the chat. I will come back and reply all the chats, right? So I was talking about the significance of the index.html. Can I have another quick confirmation whether you can see the screen I'm sharing? Right, thank you very much. Okay, glad to know. All right. All right. So we said we are going to continue until 4 p.m. right? And I'm not sure how long this power outage is going to hold up. I do have about power for about 2 hours, maybe. We'll see. So in any case that I could not complete today, we will certainly catch it up in the middle from tomorrow morning and we'll continue. Okay, right. So we have this HTML document now ready to serve, right? And we can start building our web page. So how do we start? We start with HTML, right? Now you see when we type, the Visual Studio Code automatically help us to write the proper code. And the moment I complete the opening tag of the HTML element, it automatically written the closing tag, right? So this is why we use the IDEs like that, right? This is why we use these IDEs like that, because they help a lot, right? They help a lot by automatically completing different stuff, right? So now inside the HTML, I'm going to have the head, right, and the body. Right. Now, HTML document is like a person. You have the head and the body, right? Now, what's the difference between this head and the body, right? What is the difference between this head and the body, right? Guys, I'm planning of shutting down my camera feed so that I may be able to reserve some more battery life going forward, right? Just focus on my voice and what is on the screen, right? So I'm right. And now you should be able to hear me through a different microphone. Can I have a quick confirmation whether can you hear me? Right, thank you very much. All right, so now we have the HTML and the HTML document, and inside you have the body and the head and the body elements confirmed. Right, now these two components, the head component and the body component, they have two different purposes, right? The head section will be never shown to the user, right? The content inside the head section is not to be viewed by the end user. Whoever who visit the web page will never get to see what is inside the web head element, right? The users of your website will only see what is inside the body section, right? So you want to show anything to the user, you have to put that inside the body element, right? So then what is the purpose of the head element? The purpose of the head element is to give necessary information to the browser, okay? Give necessary information to the browser on how to handle, right? On how to manage, how to display this web page accurately, okay? So the head is for the browser and the body is for the viewer, right? So when the web page is received by the web browser, it would use the commands configurations on the head to appropriately render the content in the body, right? So yes, you want both of these sections. They are equally important. The body will not function without the head, right? But it is not the head the users will see, it is the body the users will see, right? So I saved the document. Now this component is saved. Okay. Now, if you do have exam installed into your computer, let's go back to the exam folder. Right. So let's go to the C drive, go to exam folder, right? So below there is an icon like this. It's called the exam control.exe. So I'm going to run it, right? And I get a sort of a control panel, sort of a thingy like this, right? And I'm clicking start button in front of the first line, which is called the Apache, right? So I click on that, right? And wait for it to green, right? Wait for it to become green, and you will see the PIDs, right? And you will see the ports 80 and 443 should be there. And most importantly, right, there should be nothing in red below, right? There should be no error messages. If there is an error message, it will go in red, right? There isn't any error message over there, right? So take a minute and let's get it done in your own system. And just raise your hand if you face any difficulty on this. No, actually raise your hand if you have done it. Okay, 7 people, 8 people, 9, 10, 11. Just go to exam control panel and click on the start option on the first line, which is called the Apache. Yeah. So if you are done with that, right? If you are done with that, next thing you can do is open any web browser in your computer, right? Here I have opened Mozilla Firefox, right? Mozilla Firefox, and in the address bar I type localhost, localhost, right? Now while the Apache or the exam is running in the background, exam will start publishing, right? Exam will start publishing your htdocs folder, right? And the local host usually refers to the same computer that you are working on. So when you go to the web browser and type localhost, the web browser know, okay, I'm supposed to talk to the web server running on this computer, right? So click on it and you will see this empty document, right? You will see this empty document like this, right? There is no error message, there is nothing on the screen, it should be completely empty, right? So that means our page is working and our web server is working appropriately. Now we can jump our knee deep and start building on it, right? So try this one and raise your hand if you are done, right? Raise your hand if your browser is hosting your web page accurately. All right, put down your hands, everybody. Right. So raise your hand if you need my assistant or support in any of this. Can you repeat the localhost again? Most certainly, right? I opened the web browser, right? I think still you can see my screen, right? I open the web browser and go to the address bar where you type google.com or whatever, right? And I type LOCALHOST. It should usually autocomplete, right? See, it auto completes, right? The browser knows what we are trying to do, right? So click on it and you will get the empty page. Thanks for the question, Munas. Tarush, Sunetra, please let me know your questions. You can send me a chat message. I will reply you. Tarusha. All right, put down your hands, everybody. Yeah. Raise your hand if you are done with this. If you are all done with this, and if your website is being hosted and the web browser is, happy, last and the web browser ke may empty page again on and I'm worried now because like I'm getting like only 13 people here. 19 people should be online. 15 are saying yes. I'm worried about the remaining 4. Okay, it down to 3. All right, Sunetra, just go to the folder and see, right? You have named your file index.html. It is supposed to be INDEX, index.html, right? Go to the relevant folder inside Apache htdocs and rename the file into index.html. Your problem will be solved. Because the web server is looking for the index.html. Because of the typo in the file name, it is named index. It can't find it, so it's showing what is in the web page. You're most welcome. And what about the others? I have 4 more people. Hansala, Imesha, Kavindya, and Shavindi. Right. Okay, Hansala is done, I guess. Others, can you try this one out and let me know? Because like if we can't get through these small steps, then it's really you won't be able to get the others working, right? So I'm still trying to get the foundation work done. Right, Shavindi, Sunetra, it's done or what? Yeah, Shavindi is done. I'm waiting for Sunetra. Done. Everybody's good. Super. Let's go. Right. You may put down your hands now. Right. So now we know the skeleton of a web page and it works. Now, starting with HTML5, right, the latest version of HTML, we are supposed to start the document with this specific self-closing element, which is called the doc type. All right. So why is that? Why do we need this? The reason is these days the web servers can host a lot more things than the HTML documents. Right. So web servers do host so many things, so much things. Right. So much things. Right. So therefore, it is wise to tell the web server, okay, my file is going to be HTML. Right. Right. So you better tell your website in your website. All right, okay. So better we put the doc type element. That's the standard, right? Because like the web servers host a lot more things, so much more than the regular HTML documents now these days. So we identify this document. We tell the web browser, okay, this is a web server, and the web browser, this is an HTML document. All right. So we have that, and then the first one we are going to try that is the title. Right. Now this title gives a name to your web page. Right. So I'm going to say my first page. So the title element goes inside the head, which is going to give a title to this web page. Right, I saved it. You can save going to file and clicking on the save button, or you can use Ctrl+S key combination to save the document. Right now, the moment you save this document, it is available for the web server to publish. Right, so let's go into the web server and use the refresh button on the browser. Right, before that, look at this. Right, the tab which holds my web page says localhost now, right? Because it is just an empty web page, so it says localhost now. I'm going to refresh this, and now it picked up the site address, right? So I refreshed it, and it picked up my site address. Right. So do that and raise your hand if it is working. Do that and just raise your hand if you got it to work. Nine people. All right. So can I have your hands again? If you're done. Sorry, sir. Can you repeat the process you did to Visual Studio if possible? Which possible? Right. Show me the Visual Studio code. Right. Here you go. Right. So this is my Visual Studio Code. We have the doctype.html written in the top, and then inside the HTML element, we have the head. Inside the head, we have defined the title. You can put any title name you want, no problem at all, right? Then we close the head, we open the body, and we close the body and HTML. Haven't put anything on the body yet. All right, 8 people have confirmed it is working. Is there any more people? Please raise your hand and leave it there until others complete, please. Okay, 12 people is done. And I'm waiting for others to confirm. Okay, about 7 more people need help, 6 more people need help, I guess. I don't mind spending time on this, because if you get this thing correct, then the rest will be easy for you. 13, 6 more to go. 14, superb. 5 more to go. I'm worried about 4 people. Gagani, Kavinda, Tarusha. I guess Tarusha is done. I noticed Tarusha has raised the hand. Kavinda is done. Gagani and Imesha. Okay. Gagani, let me know if you need help, please. Give you 1 more minute and I'm moving on. Make sure that you have chosen the right file, the right folder in Visual Studio Code, please. You have to choose, go to the open folder and choose C exam htdocs folder, right? Open up the htdocs folder and click the button below, select folder. Right, do we have any question? All right, so let's move on then. Okay, you can put down your hands now. Okay, so we have built the basic of our first website, web page, and we got the title displaying accurately. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to body and write my first element. So I'm going to say h1, right? So when you type h, you see h1 to h6, right? So I'm going to say h1, right? And say hello world, right? Now the head element, the h element, stand for HTML heading. Okay, so the biggest one would be HTML h1 and the smallest one would be HTML h6. We have different elements for HTML headings, heading 1 through 6 for headings, and the p tag paragraph element for putting up paragraphs, right? So I put the heading h1 hello world and I go there, refresh this, and I have my heading displayed here. Right? So now I can go ahead and put another subheading, let's say h3. Welcome to the wonderful world. Save it and let's refresh it. Now you see the difference between heading 1 and heading 3, right? So heading 4 is going to be even smaller, 5 is even smaller, like that. Okay, so try that out and raise your hand when you are done with that. Try that out, raise your hand when you're done with that. I have 12. So that means 17 people more to go. 13, 6 people to go, 14, 15, 4 people to go, and 16 power restored. Lucky us. Right, the system's coming online. So let me change my screens. Give me a second, go back the way we were before. And I guess we are good to go. All right, then again, raise your hand if you are done with this. I get a question from Teams. It shows as localhost in my Chrome page, right? So that means your document is not saved probably, right? So after editing this thing, better you go to file menu and click on save button. Munas, that will fix it. I think I can turn on my camera again. All right, there we go. Right, so we have 15 people. It's done. Super. So, you know, these are smaller problems. Podi prashna. Chuti prashna. ඒවා එනකොට එහෙමම ටක් ගාලා කිව්වනම් අපිට පුළුවන් ඒ ටික ඉක්මනට හදා ගන්න. මේක අපි මේක ෆ්‍රී වෙබිනාර් එකක් කියලා අඩුවෙන් උගන්වන්නේ එහෙම නැහැ. right? So free webinar එකක් කියලා අපි අඩුවෙන් එහෙම උගන්වන්නේ නැහැ. බය වෙන්න එපා. right? So you can ask questions, it doesn't matter. Right? So we were working on this HTML document. I guess you can see and read. Can I have a quick confirmation on whether you can see me and the see screen and hear me? මාව ඇහෙනවද පේනවද? All right, thank you. Super. Right. Now, so this is how we do the web pages, right? So this is it. Okay. So this is it. From there onward, it's up to your creativity. Okay. So then all we have to do is learn different HTML elements and what we have over there, right? And learn to use them the way, right? So let's jump back to the presentation, right? And let's try to learn some more HTML documents, right? So we already learned the title, right? Now, when you are using HTML, we can format text, right? You just using HTML, we can do a text formatting. HTML විතරක් පාවිච්චි කරලා අපිට text formatting කරන්න පුළුවන්. Right? HTML විතරක් පාවිච්චි කරලා text formatting කරන්න පුළුවන්. Actually, that was how these things happened some times ago, right? But then we realized text formatting using HTML is kind of like a hassle. If you want to keep on updating or change the look and feel of your website or web page, right? Format things using HTML is going to be a troublesome thing. Okay. So therefore, what we did was we created a new language called CSS for text formatting, text and other stuff, right? Formatting, right? And we don't do formatting anymore using HTML. No, we don't, right? But still, the formatting commands which were created during all days, they still work, right? It's not that they don't work, right? It's that we have better ways of formatting, coloring text, right? So these are the basic formatting commands, right? You have bold, italic, underline, P for paragraph, and BR for next line, right? So let's try to use them. Okay. So let me go back to my Visual Studio Code, right? And I'm going to write some words, right? Like I said, if you are writing a paragraph, it should be go within a P. Right? This is 1, and this is 2, and this is 3. Save it and refresh it, and you have 1, 2, 3. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the bold element. Okay, I'm going to enclose 1 with the bold /B. Now you see, let me reformat this so you can see it better. Right. Now we have the paragraph element. Inside the paragraph element, we have the bold element, and inside the bold element, we have the word 1. Right. So let's do the same with the 2, right? So I'm going to create italic, italic, let's make it U. U stand for underline. Now we have 3 paragraph elements stated by the P. Right? Inside the first one, you have the one enclosed within a B. In the second one, you have a P enclosed within an I, which is italic. And then the third one, you have a 3 enclosed with a U, right? So let's save it. And let's refresh it. Now you see the first one is bolded and the second one is italic and the third one is underlined, right? So take a minute, do this and raise your hand if you're done. I still have only 12 people. $17 now. Yeah, I guess that would do. Right? We have 20. Right? So that's how we do, right? So we learn a little bit of more elements, and then I will give you like 15 minutes of time to, do whatever the thing you want to do and feel a hang, and then ask me if you have any question, right? So let's quickly look into other ones. Right. So you can change the font using the font face element, right? So you can encapsulate the paragraph using font face, right? And then equals Dahoma, right? So let me demonstrate that. So for this one, I'm going to encapsulate this with font face. Right? Supposed to work, right? I guess it's a default one. Say right, hang in there, right? And then we have the other ones, font size and all. All right. But again, I'm telling you, seriously, we don't do it this way, right? And I don't personally, I don't even want to teach these things, and I don't even want you to learn these things, right? Just learn the basic HTML, because when we learn CSS, everything is going to happen through CSS. the font changing, font coloring, background, bold, italic, underline, all of those things we do using CSS. We don't even we don't do anything such, right? We just use HTML to create the skeleton of our document and place the content, right? I'm just demonstrating these things because, you know, then if I don't introduce you to these things, and you might think, okay, I didn't learn these things here, right? No, I'm not willing to teach these things because there's no point of learning these things. We don't use them anymore, right? And you can also have the font color, right? And elements. So we can demonstrate. So font face equals Arial, and we can also have font color equals red. And I will delete this thing. So let's get on to it. Let's refresh it. Now you see the font is changed and the font color is changed, right? So we can do this, but we are not going to do it like this. We don't do it like that, right? There is an ancient way, right? Right. So then we learned heading. So we have separate set of headings 1 to 6, right? HN means number, right? We have headings H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6, right? And going forward, we have the text align, right? So align can be done as an attribute. Look at this. I can go back to my code, and here I can say P align equals center. Right. So technically, it goes and centered itself. Right. But again, I'm telling you once more, we don't use this. We don't do this type of formatting anymore. We do all of those with CSS. Right. And this is one of the important thing, HTML comment, right? A comment is a section of the code which browser should be ignoring, right? So in HTML, we can create a comment starting with this, right? Angle bracket, exclamation mark, and double dash. And where you want to end the comment, double dash, angle bracket. And you will see everything in between will be highlighted in green, right? So that tells you that area has been commented out. Right? The area has been commented out. And when you refresh it, now the 3 is gone. Why? The lines are commented and the browser ignores that. Right? The web browser ignores that completely. All right. So let's learn few more HTML elements. I will go up to, let's say, 3 p.m. and we'll have 15 minutes to experiment with this thing, and we'll be have a break and be back, right? Then there was this infamous blink tag, right? So let me demonstrate what does it do, right? I can say blink. Right. These are actually deprecated commands, right? Some browsers might not actually render them, while some of them do it. Apparently, the Firefox has already said goodbye. Right? So this was coming from the era where 2002, 2003, year 2002, 2003. Yeah? Right? So the blink tag actually helps you to blink some text or images on the screen. All right. And today again, I'm repeating the same thing again. Today we don't use the blink tag anymore. We are resorting to CSS for everything and anything. Right. Now HTML supports page formatting, right, through the body tag. Okay. But again, this is CSS. We are doing this through CSS. But I'll demonstrate the BG color. So we write that BG color as an attribute to the body tag. Say BG color. It says CYAN. BG color equals cyan. Save it and refresh it. You look at that, the page change the color, right? So you can have any sensible color name like red, green, blue, cyan, pink, yellow, magenta, right? You can try out with whatever the color name you know. Most of the color names the browser will automatically recognize, right? If the color name you want to put is not recognized, then we have another mechanisms, few other mechanisms to extract colors. We'll learn that when it comes to the CSS component, CSS elements. Okay. So here's another example: HTML head, title, head, body, BG color, black, text equals white, right? So you obviously understand what it is says. The BG color, background color equals black, text equals white. So the whole thing is going to go black, the background is going to go black, and the text is going to be appearing white. And base font size is equal 7. So in front of the body, every text will look 7, right? Every paragraph text will look 7 unless otherwise you have specifically put their sizes, right? එතකොට base font කියන එක දාපුවම base font size එක දාපුවාම අපි manually set කරේ නැත්නම් font colors, font sizes, paragraph ඔක්කොම ටික මේ දෙලා තියෙන base font size එකට එනවා. All right? So I'll give you a minute or two. Try this one out. Right? You can delete everything in your page, unnecessary things you can delete it off, and try this one and raise your hand if you are good with that. Oh, and also send me a chat message if you need any help or any concern is there. Try this one out. I'll be back in a minute. In the meantime, you try this one, and if it works, raise your hand, please. All right. So who's done? Please raise your hand again. I have 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10. Base font is not working? Probably. All right. Probably. Depends on the browser, because like I said, most of these command has been deprecated with the arrival of CSS, right? So we were not using these things from 2000, I would say 2004-5 era, right? So there is a high probability that some of the browsers do not support this command. Right? The blink doesn't work like that. Yes. But this is not the only way to, kind of like do the font settings. So don't worry, okay, base font is not working, so I won't be able to set my font size. No, no, no. We have CSS for that, right? So it's kind of like becoming a mantra now, like for monarchy keyword CSS or what, something like that. Okay. And I have about 10 people, and I have 9 people who have not confirmed. Okay, so down to 7, down to 6. And I'm concerned about whether you are getting this through or not. All right, thank you, everyone. So let's move on then. Right. So inserting images. Right. So in HTML, right, inserting images is done through IMG SRC, IMG tag. Right. So the most basic utilization is IMG SRC and followed by the path. Okay. So let me demonstrate here. So I say IMG SRC, right? And I have to put a picture here, right? Give the path of the picture here. Okay, give the path of the picture here. So let's find a picture. So I'm going to do that so you can see it. Going to go to this folder, right? This is my favorite flower. I will get this thing, right? And I'm going to copy it, right? And I take this copy to my exam folder, because this is where I'm hosting the website, htdocs, right? And I'm creating a new folder. In the meantime, guys, give me a minute break. Do that while you are waiting. Oh, මොකදුනේ? මොනවා කියලාද? ඔව්. හරි. මොනවා කරන්න? ඔතන උනේ මොකක්ද දන්නවද? ඒ ඇත්ත එක්ක අවුලක් නෙමෙයි. ශම්රිසත් එක්ක තියෙන රිවල්රි එකට ආම ඇත්තට සෙට් වුණා. නියර පිටි දැනින් වතුර බැස්සා. හරිද? ප්‍රියන්ත ලොක්කට ශම්රිසට බැන ගන්න බැරුව ඉන්නේ මේ All right, I'm sorry guys for the break. Okay, so I have created a new folder here. So let me pick up from there, and I'm going to rename to SRC, right? Or you can call it resources. And inside the resources folder, I'm going to paste my picture. Okay. Now here's the interesting thing, right? Now you see this picture, right? It is 3.2 megabyte. It's a large picture, right? This is not web worthy anyway, right? Because this is a say. This is a really bad thing, because now every time this web page is going to be loaded, 3.2 megabyte is going to be downloaded from the server. This is not a really wise thing to do, right? So you have to use a proper image preparation tool to crop the image into the size you want and prepare the image, right? And drop into a format or a size that would, make it manageable, right? So to a size which is manageable, right? So you can use Photoshop or any other, maybe you, I usually use the photo editing apps in my mobile phone, right? So upload everything into the phone and use this app to gallery app to kind of like reduce the size into this thing and get it done. Or sometimes I even use PowerPoint because I'm used to those softwares rather than firing up a big, Photoshop kind of a thingy, all right? So why I do that here is, like, I mean, if you could have just dropped the image here, මෙතනම paste කරන්නත් තිබුණා. Right? ඔය විදියට. ඒත් වැඩ කරනවා. නමුත් we being, proper developers, we need to organize our materials, right? So I created a folder called resources, and inside that I'm creating another folder called images. And inside the images, I'm putting up this picture, and I'm going to name it the part. Right? So now where we are inside, our picture is inside the resource folder, inside the images folder, and the name is part, right? So now let's call it, right? So the moment you put the double quotations, right, the Visual Studio Code will show you, okay, resource folder, and inside the image folder is there, and inside the part.jpg is there. It's really straightforward. Put it up, save it, and now you should see the image. Look at that. The image loaded into the page. But this is, what is this, right? It overflows the page, right? I mean, it's too big. Right? We don't want it. We want it to be of a manageable size. Let's get this done, right? So let's get this thing done. We'll say width equals 250 pixels. Save it and refresh it, and you have the picture with the 250 pixel. Now, if you're wondering why I didn't set the height, when you set the picture, the web browser will automatically resize the picture, keeping the aspect ratio, right? And if you force the height as well, right? The wise idea is to not to push the width if you are putting the height, or not to put the height if you are putting the width. But what happens if you put both, right? I'm going to say height equals 150 px, and the web browser will do exactly what you are asking, right? Okay, the web browser did what you were asking, and it doesn't look nice, right? It doesn't look nice. So let's take this width part away. So we are setting the height, right? Refresh it, and now height is set, and the browser is automatically managing the width to preserve the image aspect ratio. All right. Okay, any question? Right, quickly get this thing done and raise your hand when you are done. If you do have a question, I'm open to the chat box. Send me a message. Bilal, thank you. I forgot to mention. Thank you very much for the message. We have about 9 people. Come on, guys. I know it will take a little bit of to find a picture and put it there in the right folder and all, but please do that. Don't ignore it. $13 people. Right. I'll give you like 2-3 minutes and be back. Please make sure you get this thing done. And if you do have any question, post a message in the group. I'll be leaving computer for 2 minutes. Without putting the image as you did, I mean the file path you did, can we put it directly in the path where the image is and put it in? Exactly possible. Right? But it has to be located somewhere in the htdocs folder because the web server cannot look into other places of the computer. Right? Web server eකට computer එක අනිත් folders access කරන්න බෑ. web server එකට පේන්නේ ඔයාගේ htdocs folder එක විතරයි. So you have to put it inside the htdocs folder. Right? Doesn't matter where they are, but I would recommend you to keep a proper organization without mixing things up. All right. Okay, if you are seeing a black, if you are seeing an empty square, right? Either your image is not found at the current location, right? Or maybe the image file is corrupted. Just check with the name, right? Senetra, you didn't had this issue before, right? You didn't had this issue before, right? So I suggest you give a restart to your computer, maybe something like that, right? Give a restart to the computer, we'll fix it usually. Shouldn't be a big problem because it was working earlier. Image cannot be seen, but there is an image file in the web page. How do you know there is an image file if it cannot be seen? You are seeing the empty rectangle, right? So probably the maybe a spelling mistake when you type the name or something like that. Or maybe the image format is the fault is at image format. Try a different image. Oh. All right, started now. Super. So let's move on, right? So you're talking about the images, right? So let's go back to the presentation and let's move forward a bit, right? So width and height, and you can have a border equals n, right? So you can try with that as well. Say border equals 3px. Save it. Right. Refresh it. Now you have a 3-pixel border, right? But then again, these days we are using CSS for that as well, right? So I mean, CSS is for everything. All right. Okay. So then alternate text, right? Remember when we talk about the accessibility, we said when you are putting a picture, you might have to put an alternative text so that anybody who's having a problem with seeing the picture can leverage on that. So you can do that using the ALT keyword. So I say ALT equals sunflower bud. Save it. You go back to the web page, right? And you don't see anything, right? You don't see anything because the picture is visible, right? So let's go ahead. I'm going to rename this picture into something else, right? Now what happened when the web browser tried to find the bud.jpg, it won't find it because the file has renamed, right? And instead of the picture, it shows the alternate text, right? So that's the whole point of having the alternate text. So save it again and refresh it, and the image comes back, right? So alternate text will do instead of the image itself, right? All right. So do we have any questions? Do we have any question regarding images? If the image cannot be seen, but the image file is in the web page, probably the way you type the URL address path need to be checked, right? So here, this is how you write the path of the image and the name of the image, file name, right? There is a problem like this, right? Make a ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා ඒකින්ද තමයි image එක load වෙන්නේ නැත්තේ. හරියට path එක දැම්මම නම් හරි. And this path need to be recorded with respect to the htdocs folder, right? htdocs folder එකට respectively තමයි ලියන්න ඕනේ. So you can usually address everything, address only things inside the htdocs folder. There are ways to go back outside from the htdocs folder, but I do not recommend them. All right, you can put down your hands now. Right, another important HTML documents is hyperlink, right? This is how you create link pages with each other, right? This is how you link pages with each other. The small text, when you click on it, it will take you into a different page. They are called hyperlinks, and this is how we do the hyperlinking, right? So hyperlink is done with an anchor tag. Anchor tag is done with the letter A, right? And ahref and the target page, right? And then followed by a label, right? So let's do a little bit of a demonstration, right? And then we'll come back and discuss how the anatomy of the anchor page, right? So I'm going to create an anchor, say, there you go. Say A, href, hypertext reference. I'm going to say http://www.google.com. Right. So this is my anchor tag, right? And I close the anchor tag. Inside the element I write visit Google. Save it. We go back, we refresh, and we have our link, visit Google. Right. Now what happens if I click on it? And it will take me to google.com. Right. So anchor tags can be, or the hyperlinks can be used to take you into different pages outside your website, also different pages inside your website. So let's try that as well. Okay, I'm going to go to the htdocs folder here, and I'm going to click on the new file again, and this time it's going to be about.html, right? So quickly complete the HTML document. So I quickly created the second page, right? Now it's side by side with the index.html, right? It is side by side with the index.html, and I'm going to create a hyperlink here, a href, right? In, so I would say slash, just will say index.html, right? And say go back. So I'll put a hyperlink, and this hyperlink is supposed to take me back to the home page. Right? So I'm going to go side by side on this. And here I'm going to create another hyperlink, a href about .html. Here I would say visit about page. Right? Now, when you are hyperlinking pages, make sure you create a path to go into that page and also a path to come back to your original page. Right? 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 So therefore, you have to craft a path to go there and craft a path to come back. So that's what I did. Right now in my index.html, there is a hyperlink which will take me to the about.html, and inside the about.html, there is another hyperlink which will take me back to the index.html, right? So let's see if this one works. Save this one, save the other one. Let's refresh. Right? So I get my hyperlink, visit about page, click on it, right? And I'm on the about page. Welcome to about page. Go back home, click on it. I'm back home. Right? Click on it. I'm in the about page. Look at the URL address. I'm in the localhost about.html. Go back. I'm in the localhost index.html. Right? So now I know how to switch between pages. Right? Now you can create a number of web pages, any number of web pages inside your server. Right? Any number of websites, web pages inside it, and hyperlink them. So you can visit, go back, come back, go to that page, come back, and you can do all that stuff. Right? So I'll let you back into the code, right? And I'll give you 5 minutes, get this thing done. And raise your hand if you're done. And if you have raised your hand, keep it raised up. How to open a new tab? Bilal, you are referring to the web page or the Visual Studio Code? I guess it's Visual Studio Code, right? Now all you have to do is, right, now normally it comes like this now, right? What I do is I grab it by this anchor and move it to the right hand side until the screen change. Okay, look at this, right? Now only half of the screen is highlighted. That means if I drop it here, it's going to occupy that half of the screen. Only 4 people so far. Five people. Can spare 2 more minutes, more like 1.5 more minutes. 7. Eight. Nine people, come on. And just ask if you have any question. 11, super. 9 more to go. Still 11. All right. So let's move on then. Okay. So you may put down your hands now. Right. Now, this is what it looks like, right? We have the anchor tag inside. You have the href attribute, right? Inside the href attribute, you have to put the path of the file. It can be a URL, complete URL, or another HTML or document file which is relevant to your with respect to your htdocs folder, right? Now, what happens if you put a non-HTML file, right? If you hyperlink to an HTML file, you will see that as the web page in your in your web browser, right? But if you hyperlink to a non-HTML file, right? If you hyperlink to a non-HTML file, what's going to happen is, right, you are going to get that file downloaded. If it is an image, you are going to see it. If it is going to be a song MP3 file, your browser will start playing it, right? If it is something else like zip file or a exe file or some RR file or something like that, it will start getting downloaded, right? So that's that. So look at that, some examples. Okay, so then we have we can change the color of visited links, right? Using some attributes in the body element, right? Link equals green, V link equals red, A link equals purple, something like that. Link mean the color of a hyperlink. V link mean the color of a visited hyperlink, a link which you have already visited, right? And A link applies to all other situations, right? Now the point here is, even though we have it, but these days we are using CSS to handle it. So you can try that out in your free time. Okay. Now the cool thing about this is you can create a link to send an email, right? So it's kind of a very simple but yet cool thing. Right? So I can write, say, a href mail to, and the recipient address, and here right. Click here to reach the author. Save it. We go back, refresh it, right? So look at this. Click here to reach the author. Click on it, right? And you see the small mail icon appear in my computer, right? Now it's attempting to create an email, right? I don't know where that went, but certainly it should be somewhere here. Ah, yeah, there you go, right? Okay. Now it has created an email using my default email application in my computer, right? And it has automatically addressed the email to the email address given below, right? All you have to is type the message and click the send, right? So you can initiate linked emails through the HTML. But if you have taken a notice, right? Look at this, visit about page and click here to reach the author. They have been kind of like mashed together. Let's go back and see the page. Here they are in two separate lines, but in the user interface, they are mashed together, right? So this is why, because this happens why the HTML ignores the line breaks, right? HTML simply ignores the line break we have here and the other line break we have here. So to get a line break, we can say BR, right? Now, then the two lines will be broken in the middle. So let's go back and refresh it. Say we have broken them, right? If you insert another line break, BR, and save it and refresh it, we get an empty space. So this is how you make space between the lines, right? Why we have to do this? Because like HTML language and the browsers, the render facing of the HTML document completely ignore line breaks. So if you want a line break, you will have to specify, I need a line break here, then the browser will do it, or otherwise they would be ignored. Right? So moving forward, we can have anchors, right? In the HTML document, right? So anchors, what they do, I would explain the anchors in upcoming lesson when we have a more complete HTML document, right? Anchors allow you to tag different places in the document, and then clicking on a hyperlink will automatically scroll into that anchor. Imagine you are reading a long document in HTML in the web browser. You can place different anchors in different places, right? And when you click on the right anchor, it will automatically scroll into the right place. I'm not going to demonstrate it right now because we have to have a kind of like somewhat longer and a bigger page so that its effects are visible, right? Anchors are also created using the ahref command, right? I will demonstrate it when we have a bigger, when you have a web page like that. Right? And the next cool thing, we are all at 3. Let me give you a few more minutes. Take few more minutes on this, right? So then we have the ordered lists, right? And we have the unordered lists, and we have the definition lists, right? So this is how you can create, right, different lists, right? So let me go ahead and do a hands-on demo. So I'm going to create a list. Here I start an ordered list, OL, right? And now I have a list, right? And each list item will be LI. LI means list item. This is first. LI. This is second, right? Save it. We go back, we refresh it. Now you see 1, this is first, 2, this is second, right? 1, 2 comes because it's an ordered list, right? 1, 2 comes because it's an ordered list. Let me quickly demonstrate the unordered list. Say UL stand for unordered list. Rest is same. LI red, LI green, save it. So let's go refresh it. Now you see no numbers but bullets, right? No numbers but bullets, red and green. How to shape, right? How to change this shape, right? You can do that using the shape attribute, but again, we in present days we do that using CSS, right? So we don't use that shape attribute anymore. I would say I would demonstrate shape equals diamond should be working. Let's refresh it. I guess somewhere there is a spelling mistake. UL shape equals diamond or square. Let's go back into the presentation. I actually honestly don't remember this thing because we don't type equals shape attributes. Allow it to circle. Okay, it should be not the shape, it should be type, circle, square, and the disk. Okay, right. Thanks. Super. Type, disk. Save it. Frankly, nobody uses this anymore. Right. Square. It turned into a square though, right? Even though it is there, we don't use it anymore. I haven't used it for like more than a decade now, right? We do that using CSS. Right. So then again, right, you can do this. Right. So inside the UL, I create an li, right? But inside that li, I create ol, right? And li, this is a nested list. Okay. So I have created, it is very useful. Well, you can go any deep. Right. So I have an unordered list. Inside one of the list items, LIs, I have put an ordered list, and inside one of those LIs, I have put another ordered list. Right. So let's go ahead. Let's refresh that. Look at that. We have red, green, and the next one is a list 1, 2, 3, and the third one is again another list, right? So you can nest lists one over the other, right? So you can create nested lists, right? This is really useful in presenting information in proper ways. So here's the source code. I want you to try it. I'll give you like 4 minutes. Try that out and raise your hand when you're done. Reach me back in the comments tab when you have, if you have a question. There you go. Four are done. Okay, we have 9, 11 more to go. Guys, let's try to finish as much as possible within today. So we can completely focus on CSS and Bootstrap tomorrow. Anyone else? I only see 9 here. Okay, thank you. 12. 2 more minutes max. At least 3 more of you. Dimitri, Shavindi, what's going on? Okay, 14 now. Chalaka. Kavindya, what's going on? 16. 17. Okay, 2 more to go. Can wait 1 minute. All right, so you can put down your hands now. We are moving on. Right. So the next part that I'm going to discuss is HTML forms. Right now, forms allow users to enter data into a website so we can capture them. Right now, you have experienced these web forms. When you go into a certain service, you have to type your information, fill it out, and there is a submit button or sort of a button. When you click on it, the data will be taken out, taken in, and will be processed accordingly. Right now, HTML forms are at the heart of that process. Right? It was introduced along with the very first specification of HTML, and we do have it. Even today, we have it. Right? We have made it a lot more advanced. It can do a lot more things. Right. All right. Okay. So in a form, when you think about HTML form, you have 2 main areas. First one is the part where the user fills out the shell of the form, right, and the control buttons. Right. So look at this. You have some details to be filled in, and then you have 2 buttons. One is buy now, and the other one is reset button. Right. In a web form, the HTML system automatically gives you these 2 buttons where you can name it the way you want. Right. The form shell is created using the form tag. So everything you have to you want to input, you want to incorporate inside the form, you have to write them inside the form tag, right? It's not that hard. You will see that it's really easy, right? And then when you define the form, you have to define the method. Right? Method means how we are going to submit the data collected back to the server. Right? We have two methods. We have the get method and we have the post method. Right? Two methods are there. I'll explain them, their differences when we progressed into this. Right? And then the action section tells, right, who will be accepting the incoming form data from the server side. Okay, who will be accepting the form data from the server side, right? So let's create a simple form and see. And I go to Visual Studio Code and I create here. There you go. Open up a form element, form method equals get action, action. Why it's not auto completing? Action equals script dot html. Right. But again, script.html cannot get the data, right? Cannot get the data from there. We have to have a server-side scripting language to capture that. We haven't learned them, so we leave it as script.html. Right? So now we can say input type equals, look at that. You have so many different types of inputs you can give, right? Button, checkbox, color picker, date picker, date time picker, local date time picker, email, file, hidden, image, month, number, and the list is very long. Okay, so I would say input type equals text, name equals field 1, and value equals this will be there, right? And we close the input element and we save it. So let's go there, right? And look at this. Here's a text box, right? Here's a text box. Now you can type anything into it. Works. Right. Right. Now, if you look closely, right? If you look closely, the value you put here will appear inside the text box by default. Okay, you can get rid of that. You can omit the value, so then by default it would be empty, right? But if you want to have a default value when the page is loading, right? But you know, it depends on what you wanted to do. If you want to have a default value displaying there, you can have it. If you don't want the default value, you can get rid of it. But the name is important, right? And this is how you do that, right? So then again, input. I would demonstrate one or more, and say color, name, pick color, value equals red by default. Right. Now save it. Default value actually didn't work here. So it doesn't apply there. But anyway, the rest of the functionalities work. Look at this. We have the color picker. Right? So now you can pick any color and say, okay, when you submit this form, your chosen color will be sent back to this server. Right. And I'll give you a few minutes to play with this input. Right. Should be inside a form tag. Right. Play with this input and have a hang around. Try some random input types. And when you are done, please raise your hand. Yeah, I'm getting a chat message. Give me a second. If it takes default color when we use the value, like, okay, fine. So we have to set the value as hexadecimal color format. Thank you for letting me know. Right. So I didn't try that out because like we haven't talked about the hexadecimal color values. I'm intended to do that along with the CSS thingy. Only 5 people? Come on. Eight so far. All right, let's proceed with the presentation. Right. All right. So here we have some input boxes. Okay. Now you see the label has been put in front using traditional HTML, formatting, like say first name plus input type text, right? And we have used a break. Tevinu, so what does the name part do? Okay. So the name is really important because when you submit the data, when the backend script captures the data, right, it goes as a name value pair. Okay, it goes as a name value pair. So I will demonstrate that when we are actually building web forms, probably day after tomorrow, right? So you will get a very good idea about why the name is important. It's only not the name, right? There is another element called ID, which is also really important when you build a proper web form. But for you to be able to be there, harvest the full capacity or features of that, you should be having a certain, at least basic CSS knowledge, as well as the, the ability to harness the backend, right? So for the moment, the name is the name of the value, but it doesn't do any change in a regular HTML document unless otherwise you are programming with the server side. Right? And if you want to create, text areas, a text box is a single row, right? If you want bigger text areas, the input type need to be text area, right? But then again, these days we handle that using CSS, right? So there is another example for text area, right? And you can choose select boxes, right? They go as input type radio. Okay, they go as input type radio. So try that out as well. There you have to use the name, right? So let me demonstrate the radio buttons. Input type equals radio, name samana say R1, can have value equals 1, and you can have the second radio button, right? So I would say BR, have a BR here, and I would say 1 and 2 you have another BR here, save it. Right. So now we have radio buttons where we can choose one. Right. Sorry. There you go. Right. So those are nothing hard. Right. So let's have some more demonstrations. Right. You can create checkboxes. So what's the difference between radio buttons and checkboxes? In checkboxes, you can select more than one. In radio buttons, you can select only one, right? So here only difference is what the type is equal to checkbox, right? So I invite you to try out all of these types, right? So it's the same format. It's the same, look at this, right? It's the same format, right? So I invite you to try the types, different types and see how they are going to appear and what are the features and each of them are going to give out. All right. So, I mean, if you practice for 10 minutes, right, that is more valuable to you. That is better than me teaching you for 50 more minutes, right? So try them out. We'll have another discussion tomorrow morning. So we can talk about your experiences, your questions, right? Anything you missed, anything you want to clarify. We start tomorrow's work with that. And we can create drop-down boxes using select, but then again, in CSS era, we do not much go after this. We have better options to do that, right? So this is a simple option to create a select. And finally, we need to submit, right? So again, it's an input line, input type equals submit, right? So I will show that to you and wrap up the forms. So the last button, the last input line would be input type equals submit. Value equals submit. Now input type equals reset. Value equals clear. Save it and let's refresh it. Now we have our submit now and clear form button, right? So when you hit the clear form button, right, what you have typed over there, it's gone and it came back to the default value, right? I have selected this and I have collected this color and I have selected two, and clear form will take everything back to the way it was before. Submit button will submit the form. Now it's throwing me an error, right? Because it's trying to reach out to the scripts.html, but which clearly doesn't exist in our web server because we didn't create it. But if you look at this, right? You look at this. Field 1 equals this will be there, and pick color equals the color number, right? So this is how the values are being transported. Okay, so when the thing we type or the selection you make will be coupled with the name of the input box, right? So the first one would be what? First one was field 01, right? So now we transport the value we type into that text box as field 01 equals this will be there, right? And our color picker's name was pick color, right? And now the value is transported to the server like pick color equals the color value. All right. So this is where the name is important, but this functionality we cannot bring it to use until we build our server-side backend. That would be our third day, right? So third day is named server-side Wednesday. Hitting a reset button, and then finally we come to table, right? A table can be created with the table element, and TR creates a table row, TD creates a cell inside the table, right? You have attributes like border, which supports the border size, border color, picks the border color, right? Border color dark and border color light, right? Can create some shadow effects between the board, right? Here's a simple example for a table. I want you to do this. I'm not going to do it. I want you to do it. Start with table border equals 0 and everything inside that will be nested. And don't look at these bullets. I didn't notice these things. right? මේවා අදාළ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක මේ PowerPoint වලින් presentation එක හදද්දී ඔබ කරා. Try that out and let me know when you're done. Codes are there in the screen, right? So what you have to do is the things between these two blue lines, right? So you can put it in anywhere, right? So like that you can start a table here. $10px, right? So you can build your border inside these two lines. Raise your hand when you are done. Only one person so far. 2 and 6. Give me a minute. Let's see how many. 9. Don't we have more? 11, 12, okay. Right, so let's move on. We have 13 people. Good job. Right. So then you can adjust the size of the width using the width attribute, but I'm not going to talk about it because tomorrow we are going to do the styling along with CSS, right? And centering inside the table again will be covered using the CSS. These things, right, will be CSS. Okay. So I will give you this presentation. Right. I will give you this presentation as a PDF before you go. Right. So you can read it. But most of the things here we have are based on the old techniques, the PO and raw HTML codes. Okay, raw HTML codes. Now, here's the most important thing. If you look at a beautiful web page, right? If you see a nice and beautiful web page, know that it is made up of these things we learned today, right? So there are few more elements that we didn't discuss, right? But what we came up with here is nowhere look cool or nowhere nice like that. Okay. So the point is, when it comes to web, the CSS, CSS, JavaScript, and the HTML are kind of like a bundle deal, right? You need all of them to make it work, right? You need all of them to make it work. Okay? So we have tables, we have forms, input controls, we have lists, we have hyperlinks, we have images. I mean, we have headers, text. That is everything you want in HTML to create a nice and beautiful web page, or maybe even a website, or maybe even a web application. Okay. So believe me when I say, you might be thinking like, okay, yes, of course, this is what it is, right? It's not that there are no there isn't some advanced component and like that. They do exist. We didn't even touch the HTML canvas, right? But then again, if you are to build a small or medium scale website, right? Believe me, this would be enough. Right? When you sprinkle some CSS on top of this, and when you have this, right? When you have so what do you call the JavaScript over on top of this, right? Then that would do. All right. So that would create the nice, that is all you need to create a nice web page, right? So bear with me for the next 2-3 days and I'll show you. All right. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Right. So in the meantime, if you do have any questions, I'm preparing this thing so you can practice at home, right? So I expect you to build a say right. I'm extracting everything in this to a PDF, so you can even copy paste. Right. So let me attach that to the chat box. All right, I'm sending you the file now. You will get it in a moment. Right. So that is all I want you to learn today. Right. I'm really happy that I am on time. I didn't give you the 15 minutes break in the evening. If I have given that, it would have put us right at 4 p.m. as at now. Right. So the parting words, if you can imagine a way to lay out your page, chances are it's possible using an HTML. When in doubt, use the HTML references, right? So the idea is this: if you can dream it, right? If you can take a piece of paper, right, and draw how your web page is going to look like, right? If you can take a piece of paper and draw how the web page is going to look like, right, and then you will be able to create it. Right? If you can see it in your mind, then you will be able to create it. Believe me, right? That would be possible. Right? HTML and the things associated with that, CSS and JavaScript, are really powerful. Will help you to let you create anything and everything. All right. So this is what it is today. I'm open for a question round. I can ask people to unmute, and so where we have I guess you can I guess you can unmute and speak if you want. Yeah, I think you can unmute and talk if you want. You can ask for any clarification, right? And at the same time, you can ask for if you have anything in your mind that you want me to handle in tomorrow's session, right? You can let me know as well, right? Or you are welcome to use the chat box. Right? The HTML notes.pdf file is already in the chat box. You can simply click on there and get it. All right then, guys. Mic is yours. So about tomorrow's plan, tomorrow morning, we are going to learn the basics of, first we are going to recap everything what we have done today. So if somebody is joining in tomorrow, from tomorrow, we'll have a pretty good idea. We will not be this extensive. We will not be doing any examples, but we will be briefing, right? And then we'll have a question round so that you can ask any question if you do have, right? And then we will learn about CSS. After learning about CSS, then we'll have our midday lunch break. After the lunch break, we'll dig into Bootstrap, which is one of the very popular CSS frameworks, which everybody uses. Bootstrap will allow you to use CSS with very less amount of technical knowledge. So can we know how to make a web page login with password? That is probably day 3 and day 4. All right. So that would be day 3 and day 4 review. Just hang in there, because like before we going into that place, we need to have some more background knowledge. We are certainly touching that part up. Can you resend the PDF? It's not available. I'll do that. No problem. It's called HTML notes.pdf. Sending it now, uploading. Thank you for the correction review. Okay, file HTML notes PDF sent successfully. You should be able to get it now. Right. Any other questions or queries that you want to ask? By the meantime, raise your hand if you have made your day clear, so you can join tomorrow as well. Seven, 9, 10, 13. All right. So basically what we have discussed today was basic HTML, right? And tomorrow is where you're going to see the beauty of web pages, like things, the same web page which we have developed is going to look nice, like very professional and elegant, right? And by tomorrow evening, we will have a web page with the sidebars, navbars, footers, right? And everything that you would see in a regular web page when you look at it, right? And also, if you do have friends who you would like to invite them to, right? You can ask them to join with us from tomorrow morning, right? You can use the link Mr. Kanishka shared earlier to there you go, right? So this link, which I'm going to paste into the chat box right now, right, to ask for a new registration, and we would our technical team from the back end will clear it out. All right. And yeah, anyone else, any other questions? And let me thank you for being responsive, right? I mean, in most of the times we do workshop, people don't simply, not even reply, but you have been, kind of like raising your hand and signaling me. That was a very good, very, very helpful thing. Saved a lot of time. So anyone, anything to say, anything to ask? All right, then, thank you very much for spending the time. I don't know what sort of hopes you have been having. Right? Maybe you have been thinking like, oh, right? I mean, it's like planting a seed. Okay? It's like planting a seed. It will take a little bit of time to grow up to a page, right? And will take even a bit of more time to give out a beautiful flower, and more time needed to take actual fruits, right? So let's bear with us for like the planned for 5 days, and then afterward we'll see how much you have improved and how much confidence on these web kind of things you have developed. All right.
Thank you, sir.
You are welcome. Sunetra, right?
No, sir. Shanetra.
Sunetra. I'm very sorry. I thought it was a girl, and I was pronouncing your name Sunetra. I'm really sorry for that about that. Right? I'm very bad at names.
It's okay, sir.
Thank you, Chalaka. You're welcome. Thank you, Trivendra and Tarusha. Thank you, Bilal. Thank you. Right. I mean, I have no way of knowing the gender of your names, unless otherwise it's kind of like, right. Remashi, Hansala, yeah, thank you very much. Anjali, thank you. Right. So we'll see you tomorrow at 9 AM. If you do have friends, please bring them as well, because like it doesn't cost anything. We are kind of like we are up to big things these days, right? APIIT Candy Campus is, hosting a lot of these events for you people, and for the objective is for you to learn something new. I mean, these days we know much of you are bored at home, no schools, or some people are not doing the job and all. So the idea was to kind of like, why don't we learn something which we can use, right? And thank you, Imesha, thank you, Dimitri, thank you, Kavindya, and Shavindi, thank you. Riviru, thank you very much, right? We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early.